Chapter 24:35 Snowy Treasures. Huang Ying gazed at the corpse and chuckled while shaking his head. Brother Yang, you're really bold and unrestrained. Actually, he wanted to say that Yang Yi was really great at causing trouble. If they didn't kill the old man, it was equivalent to not shedding all pretenses with the Hell sect, and everything could be discussed. Yet now, Yang Yi had killed the old man, and that was no different than becoming enemies with them. It was nice to kill the old man, but they would have a lot of trouble waiting for them now. However, he did envy Yang Yi a little. Huang Ying envied how Yang Yi could do as he pleased, and envied how Yang Yi could draw his sword and kill just because he wasn't happy. Yang Yi did as he wanted. Sword cultivators had always been the most unrestrained and free. Huang Ying restrained his thoughts and smiled. Let's go take a look at that treasure. He sped up as he spoke. Yang Yi and Ailung followed behind him. A short while later, Ailung suddenly asked, Brother Yang, do you really plan to protect that sprite progenitor? Yang Yi asked, why? She sighed softly and just silently sped up. Yang Yi fell silent on the spot. The sprite progenitor. He refused to let anyone harm Snowy. Yang Yi sped up too. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the center of the cemetery, and it was where the death energy and yin energy were the thickest. Huang Ying's eyes narrowed slightly. Show yourself. Suddenly, four black-robed figures appeared around them. 4 world realm experts. Moreover, their auras were thick. They were no ordinary 4 world realm experts. Meanwhile, a black circle of light appeared below their feet, and then space started to tremble around them. After that, countless strands of death energy and yin energy converged toward them. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky not too far ahead of them. He wore a black robe, had a head full of white hair, and an indifferent expression. Huang Ying smiled. I presume you're the master of the Hell sect, Yudun? The middle-aged man nodded. Indeed. Huang Ying asked, do you want something? Yu Tian shot a glance into the distant sky. Ninth Prince, can you give us some face? Huang Ying chuckled, no. Yu Tian moved his gaze back to Huang Ying, and he gazed at the latter for a long time before he said, my Hell sect will stop interfering in the desolate race's fight to become the crown prince. Huang Ying grinned. It's too late. Yu Tian closed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, Ailung spoke. Sect Master Yu Tian, you're a peak 4 world realm expert. None of us are confident in being able to defeat you in a one-on-one battle, but allow me to be honest, if we join forces, then can anyone below the 5 world realm escape us? She shook her head and smiled. Of course, you have many trump cards, but don't we? Simply speaking, if you attack us, even if Hell sect still remains in Hell world after the battle, it will be reduced to a third-rate sect. A third-rate sect? Ailung wanted to say more, but Yang Yi suddenly said, can I say something? Everyone including Yu Tian gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and looked Yu Tian in the eyes. My patience is running thin. I don't want to waste time. 10 breaths of time. If the experts of your Hell sect are still standing in our way by then, they'll kill them all. Ailung and Huang Ying were stunned. Yu Tian and the others' faces instantly turned gloomy when they heard Yang Yi. They felt that he was going too far. It didn't take long for 10 breaths of time to pass. A sword howl resounded. Hiss. A ray of sword energy suddenly appeared above the black-robed figure on Yang Yi's right. That expert was shocked and twisted his body swiftly. In an instant, countless rays of black light rippled out and slammed against Yang Yi's sword energy. However, they weren't able to stop Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! The black light instantly exploded apart while the black-robed man was blasted away. He flew over 10 kilometers away, and his body exploded apart upon stopping there. A single attack had destroyed his body. Yang Yi didn't stop and stabbed with his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy flashed out of Yang Yi's sword. Yu Tian was about to lend that expert a hand, but Ailung and Huang Ying appeared in front of him, and their divine senses locked onto Yu Tian. Yu Tian gazed at them and hesitated for a moment, and it was just this moment that allowed Yang Yi's sword to pierce through that expert's soul. Yu Tian's face was extremely gloomy. He really wanted to kill Yang Yi. That was what he felt right now because Yang Yi was really going too far. But as far as Yang Yi was concerned, since the Hell sect dared to target Snowy, then it deserved death. After he killed that expert, Yang Yi didn't stop at all. He was about to draw his sword when Yu Tian suddenly said, "Let's go." However, Yang Yi still drew his sword. Hiss! A ray of sword energy descended upon one of the black-robed experts. That expert had been on guard. He grabbed his blood-red saber with both hands and swung it. It forcefully stopped Yang Yi's sword energy, but the black-robed expert's pupils suddenly constricted at this moment. An instant later, he swung his saber both left and right. Flying swords. 2 flying swords had suddenly appeared on either side of him. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions resounded, and he was blasted away. Yang Yi was about to attack when a powerful aura locked onto him. It was Yu Tian's aura. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Tian, and Yu Tian stared at Yang Yi. "Yang Yi, do you really think my hell sect is afraid of you?" Yang Yi suddenly pointed his sword at Yu Tian. "Do you think I'm afraid of the hell sect? Didn't you want the sprite progenitor? Didn't you want to kill me? I'm standing right here, and the sprite progenitor is with me. Bring it." Yu Tian was livid. Fight? He wasn't like Yang Yi. Yang Yi was all alone and didn't have the hell sect to consider, but he had to consider the hell sect. Once he chose to fight, then it would be just as Along had said. Even if the hell sect won, they would be reduced to a third-rate sect. Besides Yang Yi, both Huang Ying and Along were backed by a power. So, even if they won, they wouldn't dare to kill them. As for Yang Yi, while Yang Yi didn't have any backing, he was actually more fearful of Yang Yi, because Yang Yi was an utter madman. A madman who dared to do as he pleased. Yu Tian stared at Yang Yi, and a short while passed before he vanished into the distance. The experts of the Hell sect left as well. They refused to fight. Yu Tian didn't fear Yang Yi, nor did the Hell sect, but they didn't want to get dragged down with him. Yang Yi dared to do that, but they didn't. Moreover, the 9th prince of the Hell sect and a mysterious woman from Eternal Kingdom were with Yang Yi. They didn't dare to fight them. Yang Yi didn't give chase. He sheathed his sword instead. Meanwhile, Huang Ying and Along gazed at him. Yang Yi asked, "What is it?" Huang Ying laughed bitterly, "Brother Yang. Acting like that will make you lots of enemies." Yang Yi replied indifferently, "I've always had lots of enemies. However, the grass on their graves have grown really high by now." Huang Ying's face froze, and a short while passed before he shook his head and smiled. "Let's go." They continued forward. Yang Yi glanced at the death energy and Yin energy in the surroundings, but remained silent. Just like that, they walked for quite some time before Huang Ying suddenly stopped. There was a huge golden casket not too far ahead of them. The casket was huge, at least 5 times larger than an ordinary casket. Yang Yi asked, "What is that?" Huang Ying smiled. It was left behind by the Hell sect's ancestor. It's the Hell sect's most mysterious treasure, because up until now, no one has ever been able to open it. Yu Tian knows what our objective is, and the reason he exercised such forbearance was partially because he too would like to see if we can open the casket. A casket! Yang Yi looked up. It didn't look special if it was based on outward appearance alone. Huang Ying suddenly asked, "Who's going first?" Yang Yi gazed at Along, and the latter grinned before walking over to the casket. She gazed at it for a long time, and then she raised both hands. In an instant, countless rays of golden profound energy converged toward the casket. She planned to open it by force. As soon as the golden profound energy touched the golden casket, it shook violently, but just an instant later, the golden casket calmed down. A moment of silence ensued, and then it shook. Bang! The golden profound energy around it was blasted apart. At the same time, a wave of powerful energy rippled out from it and pushed all 3 of them around 300 m back. They exchanged glances and saw some shock in each other's eyes. They hadn't been able to resist that energy even with their full strength. It was very strong. Yang Yi gazed at the casket, and it had returned to calm once more. Huang Ying hesitated for a moment and flashed into the air above it. However, he hadn't even done anything when a wave of powerful energy surged out from the casket and blasted him away. He flew over 1 kilometer away. As soon as he stopped himself, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Huang Ying wiped it off and gazed at Yang Yi. "Brother Yang, it's up to you. I don't plan on trying again." He placed his hands behind his back once he finished speaking. His hands were mangled. Yang Yi fell silent for a moment, and then he walked over to the casket. He gazed at it for a moment, and then he patted his chest. Nothing happened. Nothing at all. Yang Yi seemed quite embarrassed. He sent his divine sense into the pagoda, and he saw Snowy snoring on the chaotic fruit trees. Strands of spirit energy were ceaselessly entering Snowy from the trees. Yang Yi walked over to Snowy and patted her lightly on the butt. "Snowy, wake up!" Nothing happened. Yang Yi had quite an embarrassed expression on his face, and he patted her again. But she still didn't respond. Yang Yi felt quite helpless, so he said, "Snowy, treasures, treasures." Snowy shuddered, and then she opened her eyes and scanned the surroundings incessantly. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 24:36, Demon Wings of Death. Snowy scanned the surroundings but noticed nothing. She had been deceived. She gazed at Yang Yi, glared at him, and then wrapped her paws around his head and kept rubbing her head against him. Yang Yi patted her but lightly and smiled. "It's outside." "Outside." Snowy gazed at him, blinked, and then vanished on the spot. Outside the primordial pagoda. Snowy gazed at the casket with slight curiosity. Yang Yi grinned and waited quietly. Yang Yi knew his own ability well. If Ailung and Huang Ying were helpless against the casket, then he would suffer the same fate. After all, their strength was on par. Snowy. The best way to deal with strange things like these was to ask Snowy for help. Once Snowy appeared here, Huang Ying and Ailung's gazes descended onto her. They were curious. Ailung and Huang Ying were filled with curiosity about the future sprite progenitor. Since Yang Yi had summoned the little fellow, it was obvious he wanted to get the little fellow to subdue the casket. Meanwhile, Snowy leaped over to the casket, and the latter immediately trembled in response. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the sword in his sheath was ready to be drawn at a moment's notice. Snowy suddenly slapped the casket. Bam! A light impact resounded, and then the casket calmed down. But just a moment later, a wave of powerful energy rippled out of it. Snowy's eyes opened wide, and she had forgotten to flee. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared above the casket. He grabbed Snowy and stabbed his sword at the casket. Bang! Yang Yi and Snowy were blasted over 3 kilometers away. The ground cracked open like a spiderweb when Yang Yi's feet descended to the ground. His right hand was trembling. However, there was a very obvious hole in the casket. Executor. The number 1 sword of Eternal Kingdom definitely deserved its reputation. Yang Yi stared at the casket. What the heck is that? It even refuses to give Snowy face? Meanwhile, the casket had returned to calm once more. However, Snowy was furious. She was about to fly over, but Yang Yi stopped her. She gazed at Yang Yi and waved her paws swiftly to say that he should leave it to her. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you sure?" Snowy hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi was a little doubtful, but Snowy pointed at the casket and started waving her paws swiftly again. She was very confident. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. "Be careful." Snowy immediately turned around upon receiving Yang Yi's permission, and then she inhaled in the casket's direction. Hiss. In an instant, something seemed to be sucked out of the casket. Spirit. It was one of Snowy's special abilities, the ability to absorb the spirit of things. Suddenly, the casket transformed into a ray of black light that shot at Snowy, but Snowy didn't fear it at all because Arya had appeared before her. There was a tombstone on Arya's shoulder. Arya grabbed it with both hands and slammed it down. Bang! The casket was stopped on the spot. However, Arya's countenance turned ghastly cold. Meanwhile, Yang Yi, who was about to attack, suddenly stopped because Snowy had acted before him. Snowy leaped up and arrived on the casket's lid, and then she slapped it with her paw. At the same time, she inhaled again. Bang! The casket shook violently while countless strands of spirit energy escaped from it. Suddenly, Arya howled with fury and stomped her right foot down. Bang! The ground in the surroundings collapsed, and the casket was slammed over 3 kilometers away. Yang Yi and the others were extremely shocked by this. Arya's strength was too terrifying. Even Yang Yi, who possessed extremely powerful physical strength, paled in comparison. The casket didn't dare to attack rashly again upon suffering the joint forces of Arya and Snowy. It stopped 3 kilometers away and seemed to be afraid of them. Arya glanced at the casket and said, "Snowy, it even refuses to give you face. Looks like it isn't ordinary." She grabbed the tombstone with both hands and slammed it at the casket. Hiss! Everywhere the tombstone passed, space was obliterated. The casket wouldn't just take this lying down, so it immediately slammed itself against the tombstone. Bang! Arya's tombstone was blasted away. Arya raised her right hand and pressed it against the tombstone, and just that was able to stop the terrifying energy contained within the tombstone and force it to a stop. However, Arya was pushed around 10 steps back too. Arya moved her hand away, and the tombstone crashed to the ground, causing the ground to quake beneath it while dust shot up into the air. Arya patted her palms together and slowly curled them into claws. She was about to attack when Snowy suddenly patted her on the shoulder. She gazed at Snowy, and the latter pointed at herself. Snowy was telling Arya that she would deal with the casket. Arya took out a tonghulu and started licking it while she said, "Snowy, you may not be a match for that fellow." Snowy blinked and gazed at the casket, and then she glanced at her own paws. She really wasn't very good at fighting. However, did she need to fight? Snowy gazed at Arya and stretched out her tongue. Arya immediately passed the tonghulu to Snowy. The latter licked it, and then she gazed at the casket. Snowy flew over to the casket, but this time, the casket didn't attack again. Even the casket was very afraid of this little fellow, which could suck away its intelligence. It could be said that Snowy was the existence here that it feared the most. Snowy didn't try to suck away its spirit again, and she blew at it instead. In an instant, countless strands of spirit energy converged toward it. Spirit energy. Snowy's exclusive spirit energy. Spirit energy that could improve the spirit. Once the spirit energy surged into the casket, it started to tremble. Sprite ascension. It was something that every natural treasure and being yearned for, especially divine treasures of very high level like it, because the greater they were, the more difficult it was for them to improve further. Take divine treasures, for example. If they were made to cultivate on their own, it was practically impossible for them to become super divine treasures without an extraordinarily great fortuitous encounter. But Snowy was a fortuitous encounter to them all, a huge one too. That was why the sprite progenitor was loved and protected by all. It was because she could perform sprite ascension. The casket was quite stunned by this. What is this little fellow trying to do? A short while later, Snowy stopped abruptly. She glanced at the casket, blinked, and moved aside. The casket was stunned. It suddenly floated over to Snowy and trembled before it. It seemed to be conveying something. Snowy glanced at it and waved her paw to display that she wasn't continuing. The casket moved closer to Snowy, but Snowy ignored it. Snowy just ignored everything it did. Everyone in the surroundings was flabbergasted by this. It was obvious that the casket was begging Snowy, but Snowy was being very proud and wouldn't even spare it a glance. Arya licked her tonghulu and said, "Snowy has become so sly." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Just like that, a long time passed before the casket trembled abruptly. Right when Yang Yi and the others thought it was about to attack, its lid suddenly moved and slowly slid off. The casket's lid had been removed. Yang Yi and the others watched as a pair of wings floated out slowly from within the casket. It was completely pitch black and like the spread wings of a rock. Countless strands of black light and gales flowed around it. The most dazzling part of the wings was its back. It seemed like it had been made with human bones. An evil aura. Alung's pupils constricted when she saw the pair of wings, the demon wings of death. Huang Ying's eyes were filled with disbelief as well. Obviously, Head recognized the wings too. Yang Yi gazed at them, and they exchanged glances before Huang Ying spoke solemnly. It was once a super divine treasure. A super divine treasure. Yang Yi was stunned. He gazed at the winds and thought to himself, no wonder it refused to give snowy face. It has quite the special identity. Meanwhile, Huang Ying continued, unfortunately, it's probably not a super divine treasure anymore. Yang Yi asked, why? Huang Ying explained solemnly, it was very famous during its time. It was a treasure of the Hell Sect's ancestor that was formed from countless evil spirits and Yin energy. According to my knowledge, the Hell Sect's ancestor spent tens of thousands of years to form it. Throughout these years, he gathered countless evil spirits, death energy, and Yin energy. It could be said that he exhausted a very, very huge amount of effort to create those wings. Huang Ying paused at this moment and continued, when it was formed all those years ago, it spent another tens of thousands of years cultivating, and it found its own Tao and advanced into a super divine treasure. The universe was shocked when that happened. However, its destiny wasn't a good one. But for some unknown reason, not long after it became a super divine treasure, it was forcefully damaged to the point of dropping back down, and even its intelligence was dispersed. If I'm not wrong, the Hell Sect's master created this cemetery for it. Only among this endless Yin energy and death energy is it able to have a chance at recovering and becoming a super divine treasure again. Alung spoke softly. That casket was probably made by the Hell Sect's ancestor to protect it. If it hadn't come outside on its own accord, our strengths would probably be insufficient to break it open and see these wings. Meanwhile, Arya's voice resounded. Big Brother Yang, look at Snowy. Yang Yi and the others looked up, and they were stunned by the scene before them. Snowy was seated on the wings, and she was ceaselessly knocking it with her little paw. But not only did the wings refrain from resisting, it even condensed countless strands of death energy and Yin energy to protect Snowy. All of them were stunned speechless by this. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 24:37 Fuck Off. Chapter 24:37 Fuck Off. It had been subdued just like that? Yang Yi and the others were quite stunned. Just a moment ago, it had seemed absolutely unconquerable, yet now, it was just floating there obediently while Snowy did as she pleased. Obviously, Snowy had succeeded at subduing it. Meanwhile, Snowy brought the wings over to Yang Yi, and as soon as it arrived before them, an extremely powerful aura of Yin energy and death energy assaulted Yang Yi and the others. It was extremely uncomfortable. Snowy cracked a smile at Yang Yi from atop the demon wings of death, and then she pointed at it. She was telling him that it was with her now. Yang Yi glanced at Snowy and said, "You're amazing." Snowy's smile grew even wider when Yang Yi praised her. Suddenly, the demon wings of death shook violently, and then the death energy and Yin energy throughout the boundless cemetery converged toward them. Yang Yi and the others became vigilant. A super divine treasure. If it converted into their own realms of cultivation, a super divine treasure was definitely above the 5 realms of the Limit Breaker realm. Executor was a true super divine treasure, but only 20% of its strength had been unsealed. Its true strength hadn't been fully released. As for the demon wings of death before him, it was a super divine treasure, but in the past. Now, it could only be described as being boundlessly close to being a super divine treasure. Or to be more precise, it was below super divine treasures, but superior to other ordinary divine treasures. Even then, Yang Yi and the others didn't dare to act carelessly before it, because the wings were infinitely close to a 5-world realm expert, so it wasn't an existence that 4-world realm experts could resist. The death energy and Yin energy didn't attack Yang Yi's group and just converged into the wings. Huang Ying shook his head. The Hell Sect has suffered a terrible loss today. Alung nodded. The death energy and Yin energy was extremely helpful to the Hell Sect. It had been gathered over countless years, yet now, the demon wings of death was leaving, and it was taking all of the energy with it. So, it was definitely a deep stab into the Hell Sect. Alung glanced at the surroundings and smiled. You dare not do anything? Huang grinned. They didn't dare to before this, and now they're even more fearful. Now, the demon wings of death was clearly on Yang Ye's side, and with its help, the four world realm experts of the Hell sect wouldn't be able to fight back against Yang Yi at all. Yang Yi had a bunch of extraordinary treasures. Just like that, a long time passed before all the death energy and yin energy here had been completely absorbed by the demon wings of death. Once it finished doing that, the death energy and yin energy contained within it even made Yang Yi and the others feel very fearful. Yang Yi was in a better state because he had the eternal energy and primordial violet energy, so he was able to counter it quite a bit. But Alung and Huang didn't. They glanced at Yang Yi with a trace of fear in their eyes. Of course, it didn't take long for the fear in their eyes to be converted into relief. Especially Huang. He knew that Head made the right bet. The world wanted to annihilate Yang Yi and be Yang Ye's enemy, but he, Huang, decided to do the opposite. Of course, the final outcome would only be known once they returned to the desolate race's territory. Suddenly, the wings vanished on the spot, and then Yang Yi and the others watched with astonishment as a tiny pair of wings appeared behind Snowy. It was the demon wings of death. All of them were stunned speechless. Snowy blinked and returned to the primordial pagoda. Arya hurried after her. In the sky within the pagoda, a black shadow was ceaselessly zooming through the clouds, causing after images to fill the air. Everyone else down below was looking up at it. Arya licked her Tonghulu and said, "So fast." She gazed at the primal true dragon, which was at the four-world realm now, and asked, "Dragon, can you catch up to her?" After the battle at the Sword Ruins, their relationship had grown much better. The primal true dragon's actions of bravely protecting Snowy without any fear of death had gained it a very good impression from Arya. The dragon glanced at her and shook its head. Even it couldn't catch up to Snowy right now. It couldn't keep up at all. Arya licked the Tonghulu and looked up at the sky. "Snowy, can you let me play with those wings too?" As soon as she finished speaking, a shadow appeared before her. It was Snowy. Snowy cracked a smile, and then the wings on her back appeared on Arya's back. Arya glanced at them, and then she vanished on the spot. A black shadow shot up into the clouds. She was really fast. Just like that, a long time passed before the primal true dragon suddenly asked, "Can I play too?" It was a young dragon, so it was still very playful. Arya appeared before Snowy and the primal true dragon. The dragon gazed at the wings with anticipation, but the wings suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slammed against the dragon. Bang! An explosion resounded, and the primal true dragon was blasted over 10 kilometers away. This caused Oxy, who wanted to give it a try too, to abandon any thoughts of that. Snowy blinked and gazed at Arya, and the latter spoke indifferently, "Perhaps it's too ugly." The primal true dragon was filled with sorrow when it heard this. Outside the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi withdrew his divine sense from within it and gazed at Elong and Huang. "Let's go." The two of them exchanged glances and nodded, and then they vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was about to leave when he suddenly looked to the right. "I'm taking the demon wings of death. The Hell sect doesn't have anything to say about that, right?" He received no reply. Yang Yi continued, "I'm taking it even if you have objections." Yang Yi vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. Once the three of them left, Yu Tian appeared here. Yu Tian's face was devoid of any expressions as he looked into the sky. Someone had taken the Hell sect's most precious treasure right before his eyes, and even the death energy and yin energy in the cemetery had been completely extracted. Since the Hell sect was established, it had never suffered such a terrible humiliation. It could be said that what Yang Yi said right before he left was a painful slap to the Hell sect's face. Yang Yi. Yu Tian closed his eyes slowly. This time, had truly gotten to know the young man who had the sprite progenitor. Revenge? Yu Tian had such a thought, but how would the Hell sect do that? By becoming a subordinate of other powers? That would work, but was it worth it? That young man wasn't that easy to deal with. Once they failed to kill him, the Hell sect would have to wait for his mad revenge. A long time passed before Yu Tian sighed softly, "Ancestor, we are useless descendants." He turned around and left once he finished speaking, and his figure seemed quite desolate. This time, no one obstructed Yang Ye's group. While joining forces forced them to face many more enemies, it deterred many enemies as well. Under normal circumstances, if Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi joined forces, Huang Ying would definitely not be a match for them. However, with Yang Yi and Ailing by his side, the situation was different. As for the powers that wished to kill Yang Yi, they had to worry about Ailung and Huang Ying. Similarly, if Ailung's clan wanted to force her into marriage, they would have to face Yang Yi and Huang Ying. Under such circumstances, and especially after their joint forces had defeated Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi, no power dared to rashly act against them. The powers in the Hell world didn't dare to either. After all, even the Hell sect had yielded before them. Just like that, their journey out of the Hell world was very smooth. At a teleportation passageway, Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Are no five-world realm experts acting against us?" The five-world realm had been puzzled for some time now. Five-world realm experts definitely existed in this world, but up until now, there had been no five-world realm experts that acted against them. Elung smiled, "Brother Yang, you may not be aware of this, but five-world realm experts can't just do as they please." Huang Ying nodded and explained, "The five-world realm is a breaking point. They are the breaking point of this world. Let's just use Eternal Border and the Hell world as an example. Once a five-world realm expert comes here and attacks, it's very likely to collapse and obliterate this world. Their strength is really capable of destroying this world." Yang Yi frowned slightly. "That isn't the real reason they can't do as they please, right?" Huang Ying smiled. "Of course, the reason they can't fight in most worlds is because of certain restrictions." Yang Yi asked, "From who?" Huang Ying replied softly, "An elusive existence." Yang Yi asked, "Destiny?" Huang Ying nodded. "In the past, a five-world realm expert went to an ordinary world, but as soon as that expert fought, a bolt of heavenly lightning obliterated him. A dignified five-world realm expert didn't even have the chance to flee." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "Many do not know this, but even someone as strong as my ancestor, the Desolate Emperor, didn't fight in Eternal Border during the war with the Eternal Kingdom. Otherwise, Eternal Border would have been destroyed with a wave of his hand." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Was he afraid of destiny?" Huang Ying smiled. "I do not know. However, my ancestor once said that while the strong can do as they please, there are some rules that must be abided by, no matter how strong you are. Of course, the exception is if you're really so strong to the point of being unmatched." Yang Ye's pupils constricted. "Abide by the rules." Had heard someone say something similar. Tianxiu had said something similar in the past. So, it made Yang Yi wonder, is Tianxiu in the five-world realm? Eternal Border. At the end of the Eternal River, a petite young woman had her hands behind her back as she walked through the river. Her figure seemed composed as she strode on the river, and ripples undulated on the surface of it. It didn't take long for her to arrive before a wall of light. The universe wall between Eternal Border and Eternal Kingdom. She shot a glance to the side, and there were two corpses there. She glanced at them for just a moment before moving her gaze away, and then she gazed at the wall of light. Suddenly, the wall trembled, and then an old man in a luxurious robe walked out slowly from behind it. Along with the arrival of the old man, the entire Eternal River's waters started to roil. Moreover, the space here started to turn ethereal. A five-world realm expert. A true five-world realm expert. The old man shook his head slightly. A low-level world. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura grew weaker and weaker, and it didn't take long for him to suppress his cultivation to the peak of the four-world realm. Meanwhile, the old man looked up at the sky. Yang Yi? Interesting. I actually had to come here myself. Suddenly, the old man frowned slightly, and then he gazed at the young girl before him. It was the first time Head truly looked at her seriously. The young girl looked him in the eyes. "Fuck off." Chapter 2438. I'll let you swing at me 5 times. Chapter 2438. I'll let you swing at me 5 times. Fuck off. Her words resounded throughout the area, and it was extremely calm. The old man gazed at her with a wisp of ridicule on the corner of his mouth. "Do you know who you're speaking to?" head assumed an air of superiority. The old man was like a wealthy man coming to the slums when he arrived here from Eternal Kingdom, so he couldn't avoid feeling superior to everyone here. However, it was normal because 5 World Realm experts were absolutely rare in Eternal Border. The young girl didn't say anything and just stretched out her right hand in his direction. Ruin? Crack. The space around him was torn open. The old man's expression changed. Impossible. As soon as an expert took action, their skill would be obvious. The old man was shocked. He stopped underestimating her and raised his hands slowly. In an instant, rays of light appeared around him. Even if the space around him was being obliterated, the old man and the light remained. Suddenly, the young girl vanished on the spot. The old man looked up abruptly and slammed his fist out. A very simple punch. However, it was exactly such a punch that made the waters of Eternal River roil, and countless auras within the river started shivering. The old man had suppressed his strength when executing this punch. If he didn't, it would obliterate the entire Eternal River. A tiny palm suddenly stopped his fist. In an instant, the space here froze. Everything froze. Just like that, around 10 breaths of time passed, and then the old man suddenly took numerous steps back. He only stopped when his back slammed against the universe wall. However, the wall behind him shook violently and countless cracks appeared on it. The old man looked up at the young girl. "Who are you?" She didn't say a word and just took a step forward, and then she made a grasping motion in the old man's direction. In an instant, countless rays of dark light appeared around him. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was about to attack when she swiftly arrived before him and slammed a punch at him. The old man's pupils constricted and slammed a punch forward in response. Their fists collided, and countless rays of dark light descended upon the old man. Boom! An explosion resounded and the old man's body slammed against the universe wall, causing it to tremble violently before countless cracks stretched out through it. Meanwhile, a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, the young girl raised her right hand and pressed it down in the old man's direction. Bang! The old man's body started to warm, and the wall behind him cracked open. After that, it vanished slowly. The passageway had been opened. The old man wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and looked at her. "Even the weak dare to bully me when I've suppressed myself. You." Suddenly, the young girl attacked once more. Bang! The old man's body cracked open and blood sprayed. The old man was shocked and hurriedly fled back into Eternal Kingdom. At the same time, a voice came from Eternal Kingdom. "Woman, do you dare to come in here and fight me?" Fight him in Eternal Kingdom. Because the old man feared certain existences, he had to suppress his cultivation in Eternal Border, but 5 World Realm experts were allowed to fight in a place like Eternal Kingdom. It could be said that he was only truly able to display his strength in Eternal Kingdom. The old man was naturally uncomfortable. How could he lose to someone from Eternal Border? The young girl ignored the old man as she stood before the wall. She turned around and looked into the sky. Her gaze passed through boundless space, and she saw a familiar figure. There was a white little fellow on that figure's shoulder. As if Shed noticed something, the white little fellow shot a glance to the side, but only bewilderment filled her eyes. A short while later, the young girl moved her gaze away and spoke softly. "They'll see you in Eternal Kingdom." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and entered Eternal Kingdom. As soon as she did that, the wall behind her appeared once more, and it was completely whole again. The young girl walked forward, and every step she took caused her aura to grow slightly stronger. Her aura gradually strengthened to the point it reached the peak of the 4-world realm. A few breaths of time later, it was at the 5-world realm. The space here started rippling. However, her aura was still rising madly. It didn't take long for her to notice the old man from before. He was at the 5-world realm now, the true 5-world realm. The old man was stunned for quite some time when he saw her, and then he spoke with disbelief. "Impossible. That kind of world could never give birth to someone like you." The young girl glanced at him and vanished on the spot. Shrill cries resounded incessantly. A long time passed before a corpse laid there before her. It was the old man's corpse. She glanced into the distance and said, "Is this Eternal Kingdom?" She started walking off slowly into the distance. Around 10 breaths of time later, a white-haired old man and 3 middle-aged men appeared here. The old man gazed at the other old man's corpse in silence. It didn't take long for him to look into the distance, and he saw a young girl there. As if she noticed his gaze, she suddenly stopped and looked back at him. The young girl had her hands behind her back, and she gazed at him with coldness and indifference. "Want to give me a try?" "Try." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, but he still didn't attack after a short while passed. So a wisp of ridicule arose on the young girl's lips as she walked away. She walked away confidently. One of the middle-aged men behind the old men asked, "Elder Chin?" The old man closed his eyes slowly. The third in the 10 great physiques, the artificial Tao body. The artificial Tao body. The other middle-aged men's pupils constricted while astonishment filled their eyes. A very, very long time ago, there had been a type of physique, the natural Tao body. It was a rarely seen physique, and it could be described as a blessing from the gods. When it came to cultivating, what took another 100 years may only take the owner of a natural Tao body 1 year. Moreover, there would be no barriers on their path of cultivation, nor would they be suppressed by the world. A physique like that was very, very terrifying. However, the natural Tao body was only ranked 5th among the 10 great physiques. The artificial Tao body was ranked higher than it. The artificial Tao body was a physique that was cultivated by a cultivator, and it wasn't obtained naturally. Simply speaking, it was like the difference between someone who inherited wealth and someone who made their own wealth. The person who inherited it had everything at birth. They were born with a silver spoon. But people who made their own wealth obtained it slowly through their own hard work. So, there was a fundamental difference between them. At most times, those who inherit their wealth find it difficult to start from nothing, but that's not the same for those who make their own wealth. For example, the royals who inherit the throne. The emperor who started the empire would never be a useless weakling, but those who inherit the throne may be useless. So, the artificial Tao body was rarer and stronger. It was something that had been cultivated step by step. The old man didn't dare to attack her because Head discerned her physique. Someone capable of that was definitely not easy to deal with. Just like that, they watched as she went further and further before vanishing completely from their fields of vision. The old man withdrew his gaze and looked down at the old man's corpse. He shook his head and gazed out of the all into eternal border. "Sprite progenitor, don't fall into the desolate race's hands." Once he finished speaking, he was about to leave with the others, but he suddenly looked toward the wall of light. The universe wall suddenly cracked open. The old man's pupils constricted to the size of needles when he witnessed this. Just like that, they watched as a sword cultivator in a cloud-white robe walked out from behind the wall. The sword cultivator walked slowly toward the white-haired old man's group. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he wondered when the universe wall had become so weak to the point that just anyone could enter Eternal Kingdom. It didn't take long for him to grow close to the old man's group, but he just glanced at them and moved his gaze away. Calm. The sword cultivator's gaze was calm, and it represented that he wasn't interested in them. However, the old man was quite interested in him and obstructed his path. The sword cultivator's face was calm as he gazed at them, and the old man sized up the sword cultivator. Or to be more precise, he sized up the sword cultivator's sword. It wasn't a divine treasure, nor was it a super divine treasure. It was an ordinary sword. A very ordinary sword. The old man was very confident about his appraisal of it. The sword was an absolutely ordinary sword. The sword cultivator suddenly asked, "Do you need something?" The sword cultivator's indifference made the old man quite uncomfortable. Shouldn't those people from the outside world be humble here? Moreover, there weren't many 5-world realm experts out there, but he was a 5-world realm expert. Actually, it was just because the sword cultivator's indifference and calmness made him feel uncomfortable. Head ignored them. It was such an absurd feeling. The sword cultivator seemed to be ignoring them. So, the old man spoke indifferently. "Draw your sword." As if Head thought of something, he added, "They'll let you swing at me 5 times. Go on. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, Right A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 2439, Why Don't You Draw Your Sword? Chapter 2439, Why Don't You Draw Your Sword? 5 swings of the sword. The sword cultivator was stunned, and then he shook his head before going around them and walking off into the distance. He didn't want to draw his sword at all. Everyone in Eternal Border had to suppress their cultivations, and he was no exception. Head suppressed his cultivation because he didn't want to destroy Eternal Border. The emotionless sword Dao didn't represent that he had to destroy the world. Existences like him and Tian Xiu couldn't be judged based on their realms of cultivation. Or it should be said that their strength had surpassed the limits of the realms of cultivation. Just like some geniuses in the world of mortals, they were able to completely ignore the limits of their age. While they were all people of the same age, it was undeniable that while that was true, they could have a completely different life. The sword cultivator and Tian Xiu were such people, and while there weren't many existences like them in the world, there weren't few of them either. Once they arrived in Eternal Kingdom, they didn't grow weak, and they grew stronger instead. Because there were rules they didn't have to abide by anymore once they arrived here. The white-haired old man's face fell when he saw the sword cultivator walk off. Had been ignored. Had been ignored again. The white-haired old man figure flashed, and the sword cultivator stopped once more. It was because the old man had appeared in front of him again. The sword cultivator frowned slightly and was slightly displeased. The old man gazed at him. Why don't you draw your sword? The sword cultivator spoke frankly. You're weak. As far as the sword cultivator was concerned, his enemies should be those like him. For example, the spear-wielding middle-aged man in Abyss World, or Void Spirit Maiden of the Void Spirit race. The old man's face turned unsightly when he heard this. Weak. A dignified Peak 5 World Realm expert had actually been called weak. Was he weak? The old man started laughing from extreme anger. Am weak? Come on. I'll let you attack me 5 times. No. 10 times. Do it. Do it. The sword cultivator nodded. He didn't say a word and just drew his sword. A ray of light rippled out along with his sword. As soon as it appeared, the old man's pupils constricted into the size of needles. This attack was so swift. It was so swift he couldn't dodge it at all, and could only go head-on against it. At this moment, the old man used his full strength because his intuition told him that he would die if he couldn't stop this attack. At the moment the old man executed his counterattack, the sword cultivator's sword was already back in its sheath. After that, he just walked off and vanished into the distance. Meanwhile, the old man was stunned on the spot for a long time, and then his body suddenly split open. Blood sprayed. However, the old man's soul was still there. But it was very translucent, and seemed like it would vanish at any moment. The old man stared blankly ahead. Impossible. The middle-aged men behind him were dumbstruck. At a teleportation passageway, Yang Yes group was still within it. They were standing side by side, and Snowy was on Yang Yes' shoulder. She had her paws wrapped around Yang Yes' neck and was snoring with her head resting against his cheek. Both Ailong and Huang Ying were quite surprised and envious to see the sprite progenitor so close to Yang Yi. She was the sprite progenitor, yet she was so reliant on a human. Suddenly, a black-robed figure appeared before them. The figure bowed slightly to Huang Ying and spoke softly. Ninth Prince. Huang Ying spoke indifferently. Be frank. The black-robed figure spoke solemnly. One of our brothers died while scouting the path ahead. Huang Ying frowned. What happened? The black-robed figure shook his head. I don't know. We just suddenly lost contact with him, and then his soul plaque shattered. Should the rest of us go look ahead? Huang Ying fell silent for a short moment and shook his head. No. The black figure nodded and left. Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi and Ailong. Our troubles are probably about to begin again. Ailong spoke softly. Which power is it? Huang Ying smiled. There are only 2 possibilities. My own desolate race, or eternal kingdom. At this point in our journey, only my own desolate race and the eternal kingdom would dare to interfere in this. The desolate race is trying to stop me because someone clearly doesn't want me to be the crown prince, and the eternal kingdom doesn't want to let me return because they don't want the sprite progenitor to go to the desolate race with me. He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, Brother Yang, I guarantee that I will use my life to protect you and the sprite progenitor. Needless to say, following him back to the desolate race was a very, very risky thing on Yang Yi's part, because it was very likely for him to enter a trap that he could never escape. But Yang Yi had no other choice. If he left now, the desolate race would still come for him. Moreover, without Along and Huang Ying, the eternal border and eternal kingdom, actually, all the powers throughout the universe would come for him. Yet now, he only had to face the desolate race and eternal kingdom. As for whether he could leave the desolate race once he got there, Yang Yi didn't think too much about it. After staying with Huang Ying for the last few days, Yang Yi felt this ninth prince of the desolate race wasn't bad at all. Since he wasn't bad, Yang Yi planned to give it a try. Regardless of whether it was him, Huang Ying, or Along, all of them were in the same situation. Moreover, he wanted to see the desolate race that the eternal kingdom had crushed all those years ago. They continued forward, and around an hour passed before a dazzling door of light appeared before them. They passed through the door and arrived on a plain. Huang Ying grinned. This is life and death border, and it can be considered as part of my desolate race's territory. Every year, countless youths of my desolate race are brought here to temper themselves. There are countless primal desolate beasts and many other beings here. All of them are loyal to my desolate race. The disciples of our race come here to temper themselves and to temper all the existences here. Along suddenly asked, You fight and kill each other? Huang Ying shook his head. Not at all. While such tempering has to be done in the form of deciding life and death, it's a very good way to temper themselves. Miss Along and Brother Yang, I'm sure you're aware how cruel this world is. If they do not temper themselves well here, they won't be able to keep themselves alive in the outside world. Especially when it comes to my desolate race. When the people of my race and our subordinates are weak, we will definitely vanish from history. Since the ancient times, how many powerful organizations, clans, and races have vanished from the annals of history? Yang Yi spoke solemnly, Brother Huang Ying, it desolate world inferior to the eternal kingdom? Huang Ying was slightly stunned, and then he chuckled. If the universe was divided into levels, then my desolate world would be a medium-level world, and the eternal universe would be a high-level world. As for eternal border and some other special worlds, they are low-level worlds. As for the rest, they can't even be ranked. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Huang Ying continued, The eternal kingdom is a high-level world because of eternal energy. Besides that, it's their world itself. It possesses countless smaller worlds and a spirit vein even my desolate race doesn't possess. Yang Yi was puzzled. A spirit vein? Huang Ying nodded. A huge spirit vein that covers the entire eternal kingdom. Eternal kingdom has 3 precious treasures. The spirit vein called divine spirit, the sprite progenitor, and eternal energy. It can be said that they are the reason eternal kingdom is superior to other worlds. People seek to go higher in life. So eternal kingdom is naturally where everyone wishes to go, because it's currently the only known place that allows one to advance above the 5-world realm. Wait, Yang Yi suddenly asked, Your desolate race doesn't have any experts above the 5-world realm? We do. Huang Ying spoke softly, My ancestor. Yang Yi was stunned. Just one? Huang Ying nodded. Or to be more precise, my ancestor is the type of person who isn't limited by cultivation. Yang Yi spoke solemnly. But if I'm not wrong, Eternal Kingdom should have experts above the 5-world realm, right? Huang Ying nodded slightly. They do, but not many. Of course, they are much more numerous than my desolate race or any other world. Yang Yi asked, So, the Eternal Kingdom's strength is greater than the desolate race? Huang Ying grinned. It has always been like that. I know what you're confused about. Eternal Kingdom's overall strength is stronger than my desolate race, but we have our own trump cards. Yang Yi glanced at him and sensibly chose to avoid pursuing an answer. Huang Ying smiled and looked into the distance. Flying is prohibited here. We'll be attacked by the formation here if we do, and it's no ordinary formation. As he spoke, he gazed at Yang Yi and Along. Once we get through this place, we'll have arrived in my desolate race. My father and the elders who support me are waiting at the end of this area. So long as I get through this area, I'll be the crown prince. At that time, besides my ancestor, the desolate emperor, I'll have the greatest authority in the desolate race, and I'll have the authority to give orders to all the experts of my desolate race besides my ancestor. Ailing glanced at him and fell silent. Yang Yi spoke softly. Allow me to be honest. The heart of man is complicated. Huang Ying smiled. I agree. He walked over to them and continued. Brother Yang, Miss Along, today may be our final day. So, why don't we become sworn siblings? Sworn siblings? Both of them exchanged glances and gazed at Huang Ying. Huang Ying raised his hand. I, Huang Ying, swear on my soul that I will never betray both of you. Suddenly, Yang Yi shook his head. It isn't necessary. They gazed at him. Yang Yi continued softly. Regardless of whether it's between brothers or friends, it all depends on the heart and the person itself, not an oath. If we get along, we'll be friends and like brothers, and we really are like that. Why would we need an oath? He gazed at Huang Ying. Brother Huang Ying, we'll naturally find out if we're brothers or enemies once we get into the desolate race, right? Blung suddenly said, That's true. Huang Ying roared with laughter. That's absolutely true. Friends and brothers don't need any oaths. After all, true friends and brothers never needed any oaths between them. Chapter 2440 The Desolate Death Guard. Chapter 2440 The Desolate Death Guard. It didn't take them long to continue forward after Huang Ying's proposal. The life and death border. All along the way, Huang Ying was explaining everything about the area to them. They didn't just have to stay on guard against humans here. They had to be vigilant against the beasts and mysterious beings that lived here. The desolate race is united, but it's under the circumstances that a crown prince has been selected. Huang Ying spoke softly as they traveled. So long as there's a crown prince, no one in the desolate race is allowed to have their own agenda. It can be said that if those elder brothers of mine become the crown prince, then even if I'm unwilling to accept it, I have to submit. Otherwise, my entire race will turn against me. But now, there is no crown prince, and the eldest, exalts, and guardians wanted their own to be the next crown prince. The authority possessed by my elder brothers may not be very great, but some of those who stand behind them possess extremely huge authority. As he spoke, he looked up at the boundless mountain range ahead. An elder who supports my eldest brother is in command of countless desolate beasts throughout here. That elder is my eldest brother's greatest supporter. He won't stand by idly this time. What about your supporters? Yang Yi asked abruptly. Since Huang Ying had been able to gain a foothold for himself in a place like the desolate race, and even compete for the position of crown prince with Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi, how could he not have anyone's support? Huang Ying smiled. Let me keep it a secret for now. You'll naturally find out when the time comes. Yang Yi nodded and didn't pursue an answer. Suddenly, they stopped. An ethereal old man had appeared before them. Huang Ying's smile vanished when he saw the old man, and he bowed slightly. Mortal exalt. The old man nodded slightly, but it didn't take long for him to move his gaze to Yang Yi, and Yang Yi met his gaze without displaying the slightest fear. A short while passed before the old man nodded. While you may not be from my race, you're an outstanding genius. He gazed at Huang Ying, return alive. Once he finished speaking, his figure turned increasingly ethereal until he vanished. Huang Ying spoke softly. Miss Along, Brother Yang, let's go. They continued forward. It didn't take long for them to enter a mountain range, and as soon as they did, the entire ground started trembling. An instant later, a pitch-black shadow appeared within their fields of vision. It was a demon beast. No, to be more precise, it was a desolate beast. It was shaped like a wolf, completely pitch-black, and with 4 thick and strong limbs. Besides that, it emanated an extremely vicious aura. There was a young man seated on its back. The desolate beast had no intention to stop, and its powerful aura surged at them. A 4-world realm beast. As for the young man on its back, they couldn't discern his strength at all. Huang Ying lowered his head slightly when he saw the man. Brother Yang, Miss Along, be careful. They are the death guard that my desolate race trained in secret. They may seem young, but practically all of them have lived for countless years, so don't be careless. His figure transformed into a ray of black light that shot at the man and the desolate beast. Ailong and Yang Yi exchanged glances, and then Ailong suddenly slammed a punch to her left. Bang! Ailong was blasted over 300 m away. Meanwhile, a man wearing a pair of blood-red gloves was standing where she'd been. He had an indifferent expression on his face as he gazed at her, and his gloves were striking red. Right at the instant Ailong was blasted away, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword and swung it behind him. Hiss! Yang Yi's right hand shook violently, and he was slammed backward. He was pushed around 30 steps back before he stopped himself. A man with a saber stood before him. The man's saber was much longer than a traditional saber, but that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yang Yi's attack hadn't destroyed his saber. After all, Yang Yi's sword was a super divine treasure. While 80% of its strength was sealed, it was still a super divine treasure. However, the man's saber was completely unharmed. But it wasn't even a divine treasure. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to look at the man. It wasn't the saber, but the man himself. The man held his saber with one hand and gazed indifferently at Yang Yi. Haha! Suddenly, Huang Ying roared with laughter. Even the desolate Death Guard were sent at us. It seems the people supporting my brothers really paid a huge price for this. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, he was pushed back repeatedly while a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Huang Ying wiped off the blood and stood by Yang Yi and Ailong's side. 3 against 3. No, it was 3 against 4. One of them had a desolate beast. Huang Ying wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and smiled. As expected of the Death Guards my ancestor personally ordered to be trained. You really are strong. Very strong one. Both Yang Yi and Ailong agreed to that statement. Their strength was obvious once they clashed with them. While the experts before them were only at the four-world realm, they were absolutely not existence's ordinary four-world realm experts could compare to. Surmounting their realms of cultivation to challenge these experts was difficult. Yang Yi fell silent as he stood by Huang Ying's side. At this moment, he thought of the Yang clan. The Yang clan had been this cruel too when it came to training their juniors. Now, the desolate race was the same. But he was very well aware that the successor who survives all of this would be of very high quality. Cruelty was so that they would be able to survive better. After all, how could a weakling be the leader of a clan? Cruelty was the way these large clans and races survived. Huang Ying suddenly smiled. Brother Yang, Miss Ailong, your guests. So you choose your opponents first? Ailong gazed at the man who'd blasted her flying earlier, and then she transformed into a ray of light that shot at him. Bang! The man with the blood-red gloves was instantly blasted over 300 m away. Ailong stomped her right foot down and shot forward once more. A powerful aura rippled through the world. Her true strength. Obviously, she had stopped hiding her strength. Yang Yi and Huang Ying withdrew their gazes, and the latter gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi grinned, and then he started walking toward the man with the saber. Huang Ying shook his head and laughed bitterly. They're all a bunch of smart people. It was because the one he had to face had a four-world realm desolate beast too. He didn't let his thoughts run wild and just charged at the man on the desolate beast. The battle erupted. Yang Yi walked over to the man with the saber, and the man gazed indifferently at him with eyes that were calm as dead water. When Yang Yi was just around 3 m away from him, the man suddenly moved. Yang Yi hadn't been able to see how the man had moved. All he knew was that a saber had appeared above his head. It was absolutely swift. Yang Yi's sword left its sheath. The sword didn't move to stop the saber, and it stabbed at the man's chest instead. A life for a life. However, the man didn't pull his saber back and did the same. A death guard. What was a death guard? Would someone afraid of death be given that name? Hiss, hiss. 2 strands of blood sprayed, and then they were 300 m away. There was a deep bloody injury on Yang Yi's forehead, and blood was ceaselessly seeping out of it. As for the man with the saber, there was a hole in his chest. At the critical moment, they moved away upon colliding with each other. They weren't afraid of death, but it didn't represent that they would allow themselves to just die together with their enemy. Yang Yi had really encountered a true opponent this time. This expert before him was really unafraid of death. Suddenly, The man took a large stride forward and instantly appeared before Yang Yi. After that, he swung his saber down at Yang Yi with both hands. Overbearing. This swing of the saber felt overbearing. It had an overbearing air, like it could chop anything apart. Yang Yi had trained in the saber before, but he had to admit that he was inferior when compared to this man. However, he focused on the sword. The saber was just supplementary. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. When the saber was just a few inches away from his forehead, his sword suddenly left its sheath. The sword domain. 5 swings. As soon as the 5th swing descended, the man was instantly blasted away. However, Yang Yi was slammed backward by the force of the collision too. He was pushed around 300 m back. The man's saber shattered, but Yang Yi's right hand had cracked open too, and it was trembling violently. Their strength had been too strong, so their head-on collision had resulted in both of them being injured. With the help of the primordial violet energy, the injuries on Yang Yi's head and hand were healing rapidly. Yang Yi's opponent had clearly noticed this, so he immediately stretched out his right hand, and an ethereal saber appeared in his grasp. A strand of the desire to kill appeared in his eyes. Slash! He suddenly shouted with fury, and then he swung the saber at Yang Yi with both hands. The saber vanished from his grasp and instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi. It was impossible to dodge. It was an attack that shot through space. It was beyond fast. Yang Yi took a small step back, and then he grabbed Executor with both hands and swung it. Hiss! As soon as the sword descended, the space before it was sliced open, and the ethereal saber was forced to a stop. However, the man suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then an expanse of saber energy rained down upon Yang Yi like a storm. In just an instant, Yang Yi was drowned beneath a storm of saber energy. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted away once more. As soon as his feet hit the ground, Along and Huangying appeared by his side. Both of them had pale countenances and blood on the corner of their mouths. Huangying wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth and said, "They're much stronger than I expected. As expected of the guards who once fought their way into eternal kingdom with my ancestor." Chapter 24, 41 Week. Chapter 24, 41 Week. Strong. Needless to say, Yang Yi's group was at a complete disadvantage in this collision. The Four-World Realm. If the Four-World experts from before were compared to these 3 experts and that desolate beast, it was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. After all, the Four-World Realm experts from before hadn't been able to endure Yang Yi's attack, which carried 5 swings of his sword with the sword domain. However, Yang Yi's opponent hadn't just withstood that attack, had even injured Yang Yi in the process. A Four-World Realm expert who'd truly attained this realm of cultivation without any help. Yang Yi suddenly grinned, and then he walked toward the man with a saber. An expert. Yang Yi was looking for such an expert to fight with. Only then could he truly be pressured, and only with pressure could he unleash his strength. That was the only way for him to discover his own flaws and the advantages that his opponent possessed. Fight. Had always yearned to fight to his heart's content. He could naturally do that with a Nanjing too, but he had to stop when appropriate with her. After all, it was impossible for them to fight to the death. But this expert was different. He could decide on the victor and the person who lives when fighting this expert. The death guard with the saber gazed at Yang Yi with indifference on his face, but an ethereal saber had appeared in his grasp. At most times, a battle between experts depended on their mental states, or to be more direct, their mentality. If their mental states collapsed, their auras would naturally weaken. As he walked toward the death guard, there was an indescribable aura of confidence coming from Yang Yi. However, the death guard was extremely calm and wasn't affected by Yang Yi's aura at all. An expert? The death guards of the desolate race had seen all sorts of experts. Yang Yi may be strong, but he was quite inferior when compared to the desolate emperor and some of the experts from Eternal Kingdom. So, it was clearly impossible for Yang Yi to suppress him with just aura alone. Executor suddenly vanished from Yang Yi's grasp, and it was replaced by the sword precursor. His goal wasn't to kill but to fight. Elong and Huanging watched as Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, the Death Guard's saber moved. It chopped down. The saber energy was ghastly, powerful, and fast. The sword and saber collided. Bang! Space shook violently, and then the space in a huge area cracked open like a spider web. But it didn't take long for the space here to return to normal. At the same time, an invisible wave of energy appeared throughout the area. Along with the arrival of this energy, the space throughout the area grew even stronger. Huanging looked up at the sky. Someone is strengthening the space here. Elong replied indifferently. The higher-ups of the desolate race are watching? Huanging nodded. Elong closed her eyes slowly. When I was in Eternal Kingdom, my clan had records on the desolate Death Guard. According to those records, all of them have experienced numerous battles, and they would rather die in battle than surrender. They instilled horror in countless experts throughout Eternal Kingdom when you attacked all those years ago. So, let me see if they really are as those records say. Elong's figure gradually turned ethereal. A moment later, she vanished on the spot, and when she appeared again, she was above the Death Guard with blood-red gloves. Her palm descended. It seemed to carry the strength of the world, and it was simply intimidating. The Death Guard suddenly looked up and slammed his fist upward. There was a blood-red glow around his fist. As soon as they collided, the world shook violently. However, Elong had vanished on the spot, and then a palm slapped down at the Death Guard's face. Just like that, in just a short breath of time, Elong and the Death Guard had collided at least 1,000 times. Even though the Death Guard was being pushed back repeatedly, Head withstood every one of Elong's attacks. However, not only did Elong's aura avoid weakening, it was even growing stronger. She was being serious. Huanging looked at his own opponent and said, "Come, let's have a proper fight." His figure transformed into a ray of light that shot at the young man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and the Death Guard were locked in battle again. The most intense battle here was between Yang Yi and the Death Guard with the saber. They had completely disregarded their lives, and every collision between them left a blood-red injury on them. Just like that, it only took a short while for both of them to be covered in injuries. Every attack drew blood. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy was looking up at the sky from the ascension platform, and Oxy, Arya, and Sword Scroll were with her. Anxiety filled Snowy's eyes. And Nanjing was standing nearby with indifference on her face. A short while passed before Snowy glanced at Nanjing and flew over to her. Snowy pointed up. She was asking Nanjing if she could lead Oxy and the others to help Yang Yi. In the beginning, Shed already planned to lead the demon beasts to help Yang Yi, but Nanjing had stopped her. Nanjing glanced at Snowy and said, "Just watch." Snowy was a little hesitant. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly walked towards Snowy, and the latter hurriedly flew over to Arya's shoulder and sat down obediently. Sword Scroll was quite amused by this scene, because even someone as lawless as Snowy had someone she feared. Sword Scroll naturally understood what Nanjing sought to do. Yang Yi was improving his strength through battle. If they helped him, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the Death Guard, but Yang Yi would never get to improve himself. Moreover, if that continued, Yang Yi's strength would start to stagnate. Yang Yi had to fight normal battles himself, and it was something he wanted too. Sword Scroll walked over to Nanjing and looked up at the sky. "That Death Guard is very strong." Nanjing replied indifferently, "He's not bad." "Not bad." Sword Scroll laughed bitterly. "Nanjing, they aren't just not bad. These Death Guards of the Desolate Rate instilled terror in countless experts of Eternal Kingdom all those years ago. During that battle, their army was unstoppable upon entering Eternal Kingdom, and they almost killed their way to the capital. They have truly experienced countless battles." She gazed at Nanjing. "Of course, they wouldn't be able to gain an advantage over someone like you." The martial god physique. Her physique was no joke. Ordinary people couldn't compete with her in battle at all. Even Yang Yi was inferior to her. Actually, Sword Scroll was very curious. Who would win if Yang Yi and Nanjing fought to the death? Outside the primordial pagoda, the battle was still going on. The force of their battles caused the space here to tremble. But no matter how they fought, the space here didn't shatter again, and it didn't even crack open. The space here was strong enough to endure the strength of 5 World Realm experts now. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi and the Death Guard split apart. They flew over 1 kilometer away respectively and slammed into the ground, and then they rolled another 300 m away after that. Everywhere they passed, the ground was dyed blood red. It was blood, but it didn't take long for them to stand up again. But their hands were trembling. They gazed at each other from afar, and then they vanished on the spot. Bang! Space shook violently. They were blasted away again. However, right at the instant Yang Yi's figure was blasted away, the Death Guard suddenly stabbed his saber into the space in front of him. Hiss! The ethereal saber stabbed into space, and the Death Guard used the fortified space to stop himself. A moment later, he hurled his saber at Yang Yi with both hands. Huss! It shot through the air, causing ripples to arise in space. A vicious glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes while his figure flew backward. At this moment, his figure suddenly turned ethereal. The sword domain. Once the sword domain was activated, the saber immediately started slowing down before him, but the energy it contained was extremely powerful and showed signs of breaking through Yang Yi's domain. Yang Yi grabbed his sword with both hands and stabbed it forward. Hiss! Space rippled in its wake. Bang! As soon as they collided, space started rippling like an earthquake was running through it. The ethereal saber shook violently and vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword left his grasp and flashed forward as it stabbed at the Death Guard. The Death Guard gazed at the sword with coldness and indifference in his eyes. When the sword arrived just around 10 m away from him, he suddenly used his hand like a saber and chopped down at the sword. Saber energy surged. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded in the sky. A few breaths of time later, a figure was blasted out of the sky. It was the Death Guard with the saber. He slammed against the ground over 3 kilometers away, but it only took a moment for him to stand up again. As soon as he stood up, his face wasn't calm anymore, and it was replaced with a ferocious and vicious expression. The Death Guard clenched his fists, and the veins beneath his skin were trembling. The Death Guard's aura gradually grew stronger and stronger, and in just a short few breaths of time, his aura had multiplied by many times. It's a secret bloodline technique. Suddenly, Huang Ying's voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Be careful, Brother Yang. It's a secret bloodline technique that allows them to forcefully improve their strength. He hadn't even finished speaking when the Death Guard vanished on the spot, and then a 300 m long ray of saber energy flashed. It was beyond fast. Yang Yi's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his sword to stop it. Boom! The saber energy blasted Yang Yi over 10 kilometers away. Yang Yi's figure slammed into the ground while blood sprayed from his mouth. Besides that, his entire body had cracked open while blood sprayed from those cracks. The Death Guard glanced coldly at Yang Yi. Weak. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly looked up, and then a powerful wave of intent surged out from him. Madness intent. The Mad Demon Bloodline. Chapter 2442 Skylord. Chapter 2442 Skylord. The Mad Demon Bloodline. At this point in their battle, both sides had their rage blazing to the max. Both Yang Yi and the Death Guard stopped holding back. Once Yang Yi's madness intent arose, he suddenly vanished on the spot. Bang! An instant later, a ray of blood-red sword energy flashed, and then the Death Guard was blasted over 30 kilometers away. The Dead Guard slammed against the ground, and his body immediately cracked open. Countless strands of blood sprayed from his body. The Death Guard looked up at Yang Yi, who had entered into an insane state, and there was a vicious and ferocious glow in his eyes. The Death Guard ignored his heavy injuries and stomped his right foot down, transforming into a ray of saber energy that shot at Yang Yi. Bang! As soon as he arrived before Yang Yi, his figure was blasted away once more. This time, his body exploded apart and only his soul remained. However, the Death Guard didn't flee like the experts had faced in the past. The Death Guard raised his hands and formed an ethereal and translucent saber. He stared at Yang Yi while an endless stream of soul energy converged into the saber. Desolate Death Guards only died in battle and did not escape it. The Death Guard's soul suddenly started burning slightly. Soul ignition. Obviously, the Death Guard planned to ignite his soul to unleash his strongest attack. Suddenly, a voice resounded, "Step down." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of white light entered the Death Guard's soul, and then the flames around his soul instantly vanished. The Death Guard didn't attack again. He just took a knee and bowed toward the sky, and then he left. However, Yang Yi was in a state of madness right now, so he didn't know how to stop. Yang Yi tapped his right foot down and soared up into the air like a rock, and the sword precursor left behind a string of blood-red afterimages as it shot through the sky like a gorgeous bloody glow. Right at the instant Yang Yi attacked, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe appeared in front of Yang Yi. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi with a spurious smile. Interesting. Yang Yi didn't care who it was and just swung his sword. Hiss. It sliced open the fortified space here. Once he entered into a state of madness, Yang Yi's overall strength had improved tremendously, especially his sword Dao. Actually, even in the mortal world, if someone went mad to do something, then it would be extremely terrifying, regardless of what it was. However, this attack, which sliced through space with ease, had been stopped by a pair of fingers. The middle-aged man's fingers. Yang Yi's sword shook violently, but it didn't take long to calm down. However, no matter how much force Yang Yi used, it wouldn't move at all. So, Yang Yi just released the sword and slammed a punch forward instead. It shot straight for the middle-aged man's face. The man grinned slightly. He took sword precursor in his hand and used its hilt to strike Yang Yi's fist. Bam! Yang Yi was blasted almost 30 kilometers away. Yang Yi descended to the ground but wasn't injured, not even in the slightest. However, a huge expanse of space behind him suddenly turned pitch black. That expanse of space had been obliterated. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man shook his hand slightly, and the sword precursor descended before Yang Yi. He said, "Continue." Yang Yi raised the sword precursor again, but he didn't attack the middle-aged man. His figure shot over to the Death Guard, who was still in fierce combat against Huang Ying. Yang Yi may have gone insane, but he could still sense if he was a match for his opponent. If he wasn't a match, then flee he would. Was it embarrassing? Perhaps it was, but it was better than losing his life. The middle-aged man was quite stunned to see Yang Yi do that, and then he shook his head and smiled. "That won't do." As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared before Yang Yi and tapped a finger at Yang Yi. It was a very ordinary tap. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's sword shot forward, but his sword was executor now. 5 swings with the sword domain. At the moment Yang Yi's 5th swing descended, a wisp of surprise flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes, but he didn't pull his finger back. Bang! The middle-aged man took a few steps back, but Yang Yi had been blasted over 30 kilometers away. Just like before, he wasn't injured at all. The middle-aged man glanced at his finger, and there was a small speck of blood red. It had been left behind by Executor. The middle-aged man chuckled, as expected of Eternal Kingdom's #1 sword. "It can even pierce through my defenses." Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of him, and then Yang Yi swung Executor madly with both hands. The Madness Sword Technique. Every single swing of the sword descended upon the same spot. In a breath of time, Yang Yi had swung his sword no less than 100 times. But the middle-aged man had stopped them all. Moreover, the middle-aged man had only taken a single step back. However, Yang Yi didn't stop and continued swinging his sword madly. It was like he was venting, and the middle-aged man merely defended himself without attacking. Just like that, around 2 hours passed before Yang Yi was exhausted. However, he was still swinging. During these 2 hours, had been swinging 100 times per breath of time. So how many times had he swung his sword in 2 hours? The middle-aged man had never fought back throughout this time, and just allowed Yang Yi to attack him. An hour later, Yang Yi stopped and lied on the group while gasping for air. At this moment, the madness intent around him had vanished, and Head returned to normal. Yang Yi closed his eyes. He was truly exhausted now. However, Head really fought to his heart's content. He truly had. Because Head never fought like this in the past. Before this, practically all his enemies took just a single swing of the sword or two at most. Yet now, the middle-aged man had merely defended himself and allowed Yang Yi to unleash everything to his heart's content. It was something Yang Yi hadn't experienced in a very, very long time. Meanwhile, Alung and Huang Ying stopped. It wasn't that they wanted to stop fighting, it was because their opponents had stopped fighting. The Death Guards just stood silently behind the middle-aged man. Huang Ying glanced at the middle-aged man, hesitated for a moment, and asked, "Are you the Sky Lord?" The middle-aged man glanced at Huang Ying and smiled. "While you're not the best among the princes, you're not bad." Huang Ying instantly revealed a solemn expression on his face when he heard the middle-aged man admit it. The Sky Lord. He was a figure from the Desolate Emperor's time. All the Death Guards of the Desolate race had been taught and managed by the Sky Lord. It could be said that he was their leader. Moreover, his identity was very special too. It could be said that he only obeyed the Desolate Emperor. Even the Crown Prince had no authority to command him. Of course, while they couldn't make him do anything, they could command the Desolate Death Guards. Huang Ying laughed bitterly. "If you're going to act against us, then I can only admit defeat." Just as Head said, if the Sky Lord and Desolate Death Guard had picked sides, and it wasn't his side, then he would have no choice but to admit defeat. Because unless the Desolate Emperor, or that other existence in the Desolate race took his side, he would have no chance at winning. The Sky Lord shook his head. "I don't want to interfere in your competitions. These brothers of mine merely came here to test your strength. Simply speaking, this was a test. My Desolate race only respects the strong. But these friends of yours have entered the Desolate world without permission. Under normal circumstances, they should die. But since you brought them here, they can be allowed to enter, but the necessary tests cannot be avoided." He glanced at Alung and Yang Yi. "Welcome to the Desolate world." Alung nodded slightly and remained silent. As for Yang Yi, he was still lying there. Skylord glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. "Your battle with my Desolate race's Death Guard was a fair battle, and you didn't use any external sources of strength. So, it can be considered as your win. But I interfered. That was unfair to you. Thus, I thought for a while and decided to compensate you, and that is why I acted as your sparring partner for so long. I presume you've gained quite a bit from that. Farewell." As he spoke, he gazed at Huang Ying. "It isn't that easy to become the Crown Prince. The three of you will probably find the next stage very difficult to overcome." Huang Ying laughed bitterly. "What else can I do at this point? Give up?" Skylord smiled. "The Crown Prince isn't a form of authority, it's responsibility. The Crown Prince shoulders the responsibility of my Desolate race's future, so normal people can't be the Crown Prince. Do you understand what I mean?" Huang Ying shook his head. "Not really." Skylord chuckled. "All right, that's enough. Good luck." He vanished on the spot with the other Death Guards. Huang Ying fell silent for a moment, and then he went to Yang Yi's side. "Brother Yang, are you all right?" Yang Yi opened his eyes, glanced at them, and shook his head slightly. Skylord had only defended himself and had not attacked. So, besides being completely exhausted, Yang Yi hadn't been injured at all. As for the injuries he suffered from the Death Guard with the saber, it had been healed by his primordial violet energy a long time ago. Huang Ying nodded. "Let's rest for now." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi went to the cultivation room. Absorb. Head comprehended too much during that battle. Bloodline. Head gained a faint understanding of what the energy of the bloodline represented. Outside the primordial pagoda, a Nanjing appeared where Yang Yi had been. She held a spear in her hand and had an indifferent expression on her face. It was quite dangerous once Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. If someone attacked the space he resided at, he was very likely to be caught off guard. So, a Nanjing had clearly come outside to protect him. Chapter 24:43 You're Shameless. Chapter 24:43 You're Shameless. Huang Ying and Ailin glanced at a Nanjing but didn't say anything. They were naturally aware of her. She possessed the martial god physique. It was especially so for Alung because she'd experienced in Nanjing's strength for herself. It could be said that in Nanjing wasn't any weaker to all three of them. And Nanjing wasn't good with words, so she didn't say anything, and the surroundings fell silent. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged in the cultivation room. He was thinking about something right now. His bloodline. He hadn't sensed it when he used the madness sword technique while in that mad state, but now that he thought about it, he noticed that his blood seemed to have been undergoing some sort of change. Moreover, at the moment he was at the peak of madness while attacking, his blood had actually started to boil slightly. However, it only took a moment to calm down again. It was boiling. His blood had been boiling. That was what Yang Yi had grasped. The Yang clan had always possessed the mad demon bloodline, but it made them go mad and lose themselves. So, the members of the clan rarely utilized it. Coupled with the fact that had never been in the Yang clan, Yang Yi had no idea how to truly activate it and improve himself. His father, Yang Wudi, definitely knew how, but his father hadn't taught him. Moreover, his father had even modified the mad demon bloodline. Modified it. While it was said to have been modified, it was actually just suppression of the madness elements within the bloodline. So, as Yang Ye's strength increased, and after he comprehended the madness intent, he could be said to have overcome the modified bloodline his father had left him and regained the purest form of the Yang clan's mad demon bloodline. Now, he had to find out how to activate his bloodline. He hadn't truly grasped it right now, and he merely obtained a little of its power when he released the madness intent. Even then, it raised his strength tremendously. But what if he truly activated his bloodline? Yang Yi had no idea how to accomplish that, and he could only gradually explore it on his own. However, after exploring it for quite some time, Yang Yi hadn't been able to figure out anything. Meanwhile, a voice resounded. "You want to activate your bloodline?" Yang Yi looked up and saw Sword Scroll. Yang Yi nodded in response. Sword Scroll spoke softly. "I saw your last battle. I watched carefully, and I noticed that when your strength was at its peak, the blood vessels beneath your skin had started to tremble. Or I should say that your blood was boiling, but it didn't take long for it to calm down again." Yang Yi asked, "What are you trying to tell me?" She replied softly, "I mean, if you want to stimulate your bloodline, battle may be your only option. Fight like a madman, and when you fight to a certain extent, or I should say that when you go mad to a certain extent, it may have a chance of being activated. Every bloodline has a different method of activation, and your mad demon bloodline may require battle. Or to be more precise, it may require madness. The more insane you get, the more unclear your mind gets, the more likely you are to activate it." Yang Yi fell silent. Madness. The more mad and unclear his mind was, the greater his chances were of activating his bloodline. He seemed to have found something. Battle. Just like the battle from before. A battle where he fought to his heart's content. Only such a battle had the greatest likelihood of activating his bloodline. Meanwhile, Sword Scroll said, "You're already showing signs of reversing your bloodline. If you're able to grasp the Mad Demon bloodline before completing that, it will be very beneficial to you. Moreover, reversing your bloodline isn't something that can be completed overnight. If you're able to grasp your Mad Demon bloodline during this period, it'll provide a huge increase in strength to you." Yang Yi nodded. It was true. If he could grasp the Mad Demon bloodline before completing the reversal of his bloodline, then it would definitely be very beneficial to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't rush the process of grasping it. Yang Yi shook his head and left the primordial pagoda. Outside the pagoda, and Nanjing glanced at him and entered the pagoda. Huanging smiled. "Brother Yang, how do you feel?" Yang Yi replied, "Very good." Huanging nodded and shot a glance into the distance. He said, "There's one last barrier ahead of us, and it's our final counterattack. Anyone who wants to be the next crown prince won't let us pass, and it'll be a truly difficult battle." Alung suddenly smiled. "Are you afraid?" Huanging shook his head. "I'm trying to tell you that no matter what happens, I'm happy to have left the desolate world this time, because this trip allowed me to get to know both of you. Perhaps both of you are unaware of it, but to the geniuses of my desolate race, we only have ourselves. As far as we were concerned, the outside world is just a low-level world, and the geniuses there are trash. We even hold disdain for eternal kingdom." He laughed bitterly at this point. But after I met both of you, I realized how ignorant and laughable such thoughts were. One can never be conceited and overconfident. Yang Yi and Ailung remained silent. Actually, they had similar thoughts too. Before this, Yang Yi felt that in Nanjing was the only person in the younger generation who could compete with him. However, these princes of the desolate race weren't any weaker than him. Then there was Ailung, this woman from Eternal Kingdom. Her strength was terrifyingly strong too. As they always say, it was best to keep a low profile and work towards one's goals. No matter the time, it was always good to stay humble and maintain a low profile. They exchanged glances, smiled, and continued forward. They passed through the last mountain of the mountain range, and a boundless plain stood before them. They could faintly see some grand floating buildings at the end of the plain. The desolate race. The true territory of the desolate race was at the end of the plain. The powerful desolate race which had almost conquered Eternal Kingdom once. Huang pointed into the distance. That's desolate city. Yang Yi spoke softly. Let's take a look around it later. Huang nodded. All right. Take a look around it. Huang chuckled, and his laughter surged into the surroundings. He laughed for a while before he looked ahead. Brothers of my desolate race, feel free to do your worst. They walked toward the city once he finished speaking. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of them. Huang Ying's face fell when he saw the old man. Yang Yi and Ailung revealed solemn expressions on their faces as well. The old man was no 4-world realm expert. He was at the 5-world realm. A true 5-world realm expert. Huang Ying spoke solemnly. Elder Mortal Exalt, are you going to act against us yourself? The old man replied indifferently. Can I? Huang Ying smiled. Of course you can. But the Patriarch seems to have said that 5-world realm experts are prohibited from interfering in our race's internal affairs. Meanwhile, the old man's aura suddenly weakened and weakened. It didn't take long for his aura to cease being at the 5-world realm and arrive at the peak of the 4-world realm. Suppression. The mortal exalt of the desolate race had forcefully suppressed his cultivation from the 5-world realm to the 4-world realm. The old man gazed at Huang Ying. What about now? Huang Ying gazed at the old man for a long time and said, shameless. Ridicule curled up on the old man's lips. As far as I'm concerned, those who use their mouths to argue are trash. How can a piece of trash buy the crown prince of my desolate race? But he isn't. Suddenly, Yang Yi said, you're shameless, truly shameless. The old man gazed at Yang Yi and waved his hand. Bang! A wave of powerful energy rippled out and surged at Yang Yi. This casual attack of his wasn't any weaker to the full strength of the Death Guard from before. A true old geezer. Yang Yi didn't show any fear. He took a step forward and swung Executor with both hands. Hiss! Cracks appeared throughout space as it descended. It forcefully obliterated the old man's attack, but Yang Yi was pushed over 30 back. A 5-world realm expert. Even though the old man was at the 4-world realm now, would anyone really treat him as one? The old man glanced coldly at Yang Yi. You have some ability, but it isn't enough. The old man vanished on the spot, and then a fist shot toward Yang Yi's head. It was so fast that it was speed beyond anything a 4-world realm expert should possess. Even the Death Guards from before were far inferior in speed. A single punch. Simple and direct. Yang Yi's pupils had constricted the moment that the old man vanished. He didn't dare to hold back at all, and he swung Executor with both hands. The sword domain. 5 swings. When the 5th swing descended, space was sliced open before Executor. Actually, Yang Yi's strength alone wasn't enough to slice open the space here, but the sword in his grasp was different. It was the number 1 sword of Eternal Kingdom, or to be more precise, besides an ordinary sword, it was the number 1 sword in the myriad of universes. Yang Yi's attack struck the old man's fist, but Yang Yi was blasted away instead, and he flew over 30 kilometers away. Blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth once he descended to the ground. The old man laughed with ridicule. Your sword isn't bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. Come, take another punch of mine. He took a step forward and slammed a punch at Yang Yi from afar. Boom! Yang Yi was instantly blasted away. Yang Yi stabbed his sword forward in midair, causing it to enter space slightly and force him to a stop. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and a wisp of ferociousness appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the old man suddenly said, "The desire to kill? As far as I'm concerned, you're a joke." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man was about to attack when Yang Yi suddenly smiled ferociously. "One attack. I'll defeat you with one attack." A ray of blood-red light suddenly swept out from within Yang Yi. Madness and tint. At the same time, a pair of pitch-black wings appeared behind him, the demon wings of death. Chapter 24:44 A Man. Chapter 24:44 A Man. A single attack. While the old man was at the four-world realm, was he an ordinary four-world realm expert? He clearly wasn't. The old man's strength couldn't be judged as being at the four-world realm. As far as the old man was concerned, Yang Yi's intent to defeat him with a single attack was a joke. Ridicule gradually appeared on the corners of the old man's mouth, and it was about to spread when the ridicule there froze. It was because a pair of black wings had appeared behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't give the old man any time to think, and a ray of light flashed. Hiss! Something seemed to be torn open here. At the same time, the old man's figure curled forward and was blasted over 10 kilometers away. Ailong and Huang Ying were stunned. He's that strong? Needless to say, they were shocked by the strength Yang Yi displayed with this attack. Both its strength and speed were many levels greater than it had been from any of Yang Yi's previous attacks. It was also why even the old man hadn't been able to avoid it and was struck by it. But the old man was still alive. While he wasn't dead, there was a very deep injury from his forehead to stomach. It was extremely deep. It could be said that if the old man had been just a little slower, just a tiny bit, his body would have been lost, because that attack would have sliced him into two. After all, Yang Yi's sword was executor. So, not to mention a five-world realm expert, even an expert above the five-world realm would bleed from being hit by it. The old man wiped off the blood on his face and looked up at Yang Yi. At this moment, his face was indescribably ferocious. A dignified five-world realm expert like him had actually almost died to a single attack from an ant. A humiliation. An absolute humiliation. The old man stared at Yang Yi, two super divine treasures. "I have to say, I'm really surprised. But your profound energy is probably exhausted, right?" Yang Yi's body was trembling incessantly as he held his sword with both hands and had fallen into a mad state. However, for some reason, he didn't attack the old man. The old man laughed with ridicule, and then he charged at Yang Yi. Super divine treasures weren't that easy to use. Yang Yi's strength wasn't enough to use them at all, let alone two of them. So, the old man was certain that Yang Yi wasn't capable of executing another attack like that. Ailong and Huang Ying appeared before Yang Yi, and then they vanished on the spot. Bang! Bang! Two powerful auras shot at the old man. The old man grunted coldly when he saw them charge at him, and then he pressed his hands down. Bang! Bang! Two explosions resounded, and then both of them were blasted away. But right at this moment, the old man's pupils constricted because he saw another ray of sword energy. It was exactly like the flash from before. It was too fast, so fast that even the old man couldn't avoid it. Hiss! The old man was blasted away again, and he flew over 30 kilometers away. As soon as he descended to the ground, his palms exploded apart, and his body started to collapse inch by inch while blood sprayed into the surroundings. The old man was shocked by this, and he couldn't be bothered to hold back anymore. Bang! A powerful aura swept out from within him, and the space here instantly shook violently. The five-world realm. At the critical moment, the old man didn't dare to suppress himself anymore and returned to the five-world realm. As soon as he did that, he forcefully suppressed the sword energy Yang Yi had left within him, and his practically collapsing body was preserved. The five-world realm. Once his strength returned to the five-world realm, he immediately glanced at Yang Yi's group. There was undisguised killing intent within his eyes. Suddenly, an old man with a jade staff appeared before Yang Yi's group. Huang Ying was delighted by the sight of him. Heavenly Exalt. The desolate race had three exalts: the heavenly exalt, earthly exalt, and mortal exalt. The mortal and earthly exalts weren't on his side, but the heavenly exalt was. Because the heavenly exalt was in the same branch of the desolate race as him, the heavenly exalt glanced at the mortal exalt and spoke indifferently. "You're broken the rules." The mortal exalt's face was extremely unsightly. 5 World Realm experts couldn't join the battle, but 4 World Realm experts could. Yet now, the mortal exalt had returned to the 5 World Realm. So, strictly speaking, had broken the rules. Because if he didn't return to the 5 World Realm, Yang Ye's attack would have destroyed his body. Once his body was destroyed, it would be a huge loss for him. Not really. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared by the mortal exalt's side. It was the earthly exalt, the youngest among them too. Huang Ying's face fell at the sight of this. Obviously, the earthly exalt who hadn't declared his stand until now was clearly not on his side. The earthly exalt chuckled. "Heavenly exalt, the patriarch said that 5 World Realm experts are prohibited from interfering in the race's affairs, and we cannot act against others of our race. However," he suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and smiled, "according to my knowledge, he isn't from our race." At this moment, Yang Yi had recovered his consciousness. It was naturally because of Snowy and in Nanjing. Yang Yi glanced at the earthly exalt and remained silent. The mortal exalt was stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled. "Indeed, he isn't from the desolate race, so it isn't against the rules, right?" The heavenly exalt immediately frowned. Meanwhile, Huang Ying walked over to the heavenly exalt and said, "Ancestor, Yang Yi is a friend of mine. He came with me because he trusts me, so please." The heavenly exalt suddenly shook his head. "I can't save him." The earthly exalt and mortal exalt had joined forces, so he couldn't save Yang Yi. It wasn't that he refused to help, he couldn't. That was what he was trying to say. Huang Ying's face instantly became quite unsightly. He couldn't help. Huang Ying gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi remained silent. Nobody knew that right at this very moment, there was a hall deep beneath the ground, and a middle-aged man without any limbs suddenly looked up. A short while passed before he grinned. "Is the desolate race that big of a deal?" Meanwhile, Yang Yi tightened his grip on his sword. While he was being targeted by 2 5 World Realm experts, Yang Ye's face was extremely calm. Death? Yang Yi wasn't afraid at all. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, even if he had to die, he wouldn't die a coward. He and his sword would never shrink back. The mortal exalt couldn't wait any longer and was about to attack, but Huang Ying suddenly spoke. "Wait." Everyone gazed at him. Huang Ying walked over to them and said, "Are both of you really going to attack them?" The mortal exalt laughed with ridicule. "Do you think we're joking?" Huang Ying closed his eyes slowly. A short while later, he flipped his right hand and a golden token appeared there. The earthly exalt and mortal exalt frowned at the sight of it. Huang Ying gazed at the command token and said, "The Desolate Path token. When I was 24, I obtained it during a competition of our race. It gives me the special authority to make a 5 World Realm expert of our race to help me." The mortal exalt's face turned quite unsightly. Actually, it was a way of rewarding the geniuses of their race. Head had a similar token years ago, but Head used it already. When one wasn't at the 5 World Realm yet, the help of such an expert was huge. He hadn't expected Huang Ying to have kept it until now. Suddenly, the earthly exalt laughed. "You seem to have forgotten that 5 World Realm experts aren't allowed to fight each other." Internal strife. As far as the entire desolate race was concerned, the competition between Huang Ying and the others was just trivial. It was a form of tempering them. However, if even the 5 World Realm experts of the desolate race fought against each other, it wouldn't be trivial at all. It would be internal strife and internally exhausting the strength of their race. Thus, 5 World Realm experts were prohibited from interfering in their race's affairs. They were far away from authority, and they were prohibited from engaging in any form of internal strife. No one dared to violate this rule. Someone had in the past, and that person still remains imprisoned until this day. It could be said that if the desolate race wasn't deciding on its crown prince, these 5 world realm experts wouldn't have shown themselves at all. Internal strife? Huang Ying chuckled. Of course I'm aware that it's prohibited. But what if I just ask the Heavenly Exalt and another elder to escort my friend out of here? If you stop them, then you'll be the one starting internal strife. The Earthly Exalt's eyes narrowed slightly. A single desolate path token can only make a single 5 world realm expert help you do a single thing. If you do this, you're going to die once the mortal Exalt and I suppress our cultivations. Huang Ying grinned and gazed at Yang Yi. Brother Yang, I can't take you around Desolate City anymore. Take care. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the token and was about to speak. But the Heavenly Exalt suddenly asked, Are you really going to waste all your hard work? Once Huang Ying didn't use the token to help himself, it represented that Huang Ying's journey was over. Because the Heavenly Exalt could never stop both the Earthly Exalt and Mortal Exalt. Huang Ying grinned. I really can't just throw him into a trap like this, and I can't just stand by idly as he dies. He gazed at Yang Yi and smiled. This token was one of my trump cards, and I planned to use it at the critical moment to help me through all of this. But I didn't expect that 2 of the 3 Exalts in my desolate race were against me. Destiny really does play tricks on all of us. Brother Yang, take care. As he spoke, he crushed the token. Hiss. It transformed into a ray of white light that shot into the air. At the same time, Huang Ying's voice resounded, Skylord, I need your help. As soon as he finished speaking, the Skylord appeared before them again. Huang Ying bowed slightly to the Skylord. Please escort my friends out of the desolate world. So long as they left the desolate world, even the Earthly Exalt and Mortal Exalt wouldn't dare to look for trouble with Yang Yi. They couldn't remain at the 5-world realm out there, and the experts of Eternal Kingdom were outside too. Skylord gazed at Huang Ying for a long time, and then he smiled. Congratulations, you pass. The Earthly Exalt glanced at Huang Ying. He's not cold-blooded and ungrateful. I have no objections. He vanished into the sky once he finished speaking. The Mortal Exalt glanced at Huang Ying, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. Fearless before powerful enemies and calm before death. You're a man. Welcome to the desolate race. He vanished on the spot. Chapter 24:45, I'm afraid that I'll kill you. Chapter 24:45, I'm afraid that I'll kill you. Everyone here was stunned. What's going on? What the heck is the desolate race up to? Yang Yi and the others gazed at Skylord, and the latter smiled. It was a test of character. Huang Ying frowned slightly. Character? Skylord smiled. Strength isn't the only requirement to be our crown prince. It requires character. It sounds quite laughable, right? Yang Yi nodded. Indeed. Skylord roared with laughter and said, Authority. The crown prince of my desolate race has great authority, but it's authority the desolate race has given the crown prince to serve us all and not for the crown prince's own desires. The other old geezers and I wanted to see how he would choose between his friends and the position of crown prince. Yang Yi asked, What if he chose position? Skylord smiled. Both of you would have died. This is no joke. Yang Yi frowned slightly. The Skylord said, Of course, Huang Ying would die too. There is competition in our desolate race, but it doesn't represent that we are ruthless. A ruthless person is only suited to be a general and not the future king of our race. Besides that, if he's someone who even betrays his friends, who knows if he will also do the same to his own race in the future, right? Loyalty. Yang Yi glanced at Skylord and remained silent. The desolate race wasn't really like what had expected. Skylord gazed at Huang Ying. Of course, the patriarch will decide if you do become the crown prince in the end. After all, there's another fellow with strength and natural talent that surpasses you. Huang Ying asked, The 2 of them? He was speaking about Huang Tianqing and Huang Yi. Skylord shook his head. No, it's another one who has been concealing everything well. If it wasn't for the patriarch, even I would have been deceived by him. You'll find out soon enough. Let's go. Skylord turned around and left once he finished speaking. Yang Yi and the others exchanged glances, and Huang Ying smiled. Let me take you around Desolate City. He roared with laughter and strode swiftly toward the city. Alung spoke abruptly. The desolate race is extraordinary. Yang Yi nodded. Miss Along, you're from Eternal Kingdom. So what do you think of them in comparison to Eternal Kingdom? Along replied softly. Eternal Kingdom isn't the same as it was. They started preparing for war countless years ago. Yang Yi was puzzled. They've been constantly doing that? Along nodded. The desolate race retreated all those years ago, and Eternal Kingdom knew that the desolate race would return, sooner or later. So, from then on, Eternal Kingdom started to prepare for war. There is a place in the Eternal Kingdom called the Eternal War Zone. Even year, so long as the geniuses of Eternal Kingdom meet the requirements, they would be sent there. They have endless resources and the personal tutoring of the best experts from Eternal Kingdom in there. If something unexpected hadn't occurred, I too would have gone there. Yang Yi spoke softly. It would be a fierce battle if they do fight, right? Along replied. A disaster for the entire universe. A disaster for the entire universe. At this moment, they seemed to be able to see the universe in pieces and countless living beings dying miserably. It didn't take long for them to follow Huangying into Desolate City. Desolate City floated in midair. It wasn't very huge, or it should be described as ordinary. It was a very ordinary city. Huangying suddenly smiled. My ancestor once said that if the desolate race isn't strong, then even a city made of a super divine treasure would be useless. But if my desolate race is strong enough, then even if it's a city made of wood, would anyone dare to attack it? The desolate emperor. Yang Yi and Along exchanged glances. Needless to say, there was a reason why the desolate race was so strong. They soared up into the sky and entered the city. Ordinary. It was a very ordinary city that was no different from any other city. There were ordinary people and cultivators in the city, and their strengths varied. The only difference was that the atmosphere in this city was unlike any other city. The atmosphere here was lively and lacked viciousness. That was what Yang Yi sensed. As they walked through the streets, some nodded at Huangying from time to time, and Huangying would respond in the same manner. While these people would size up Yang Yi and Along, they revealed no hostility and only curiosity. Huangying spoke softly as they traveled. Everything is equal in my desolate race. Yang Yi gazed at him. Everything is equal? Huangying explained softly. The patriarch once said that using strength to bully the weak is something only weaklings do. Because a truly strong person would not bully the weak, they would only seek out those who are stronger than themselves. Only weaklings would bully the weak to seek satisfaction. There was once a young master who used his father's influence as an elder to do as he pleased in the city, and he even killed someone. Do you know what happened to him? Yang Yi and Along gazed at Huangying while waiting for him to continue. Huangying smiled. At that time, our patriarch was in closed-door cultivation, and the crown prince managing our desolate race wanted to get that young master's father over to his side. Thus he chose to close one eye to the matter. In the end, that young master grew even more proud and arrogant, and he did as he pleased in the city. Finally, countless people went to where the patriarch cultivated and begged him to uphold justice. The patriarch showed himself. Along asked, what did he do? Huangying spoke softly. The patriarch personally sealed the cultivations of that young master and the crown prince, making them ordinary people. They were sent to the city to make a living for themselves. The feeling of dropping from heaven back to hell is something that perhaps only they can understand. In the end, that young master couldn't bear the huge change in his life and took his own life. He did it right before the city's entrance, and our desolate race considers him a humiliation. Yang Yi asked, what about the crown prince? Huangying smiled. After dozens of years, the crown prince turned everything around. He completed his old path, or it should be said that he truly recognized his own path and Tao. So, he broke open the patriarch's seal and became one of the supreme experts of our desolate race. Both of you know him. Yang Yi and Along gazed at Huangying. We do? Huangying smiled. It's Skylord. Skylord. The middle-aged man's figure appeared in Yang Yi's mind. Meanwhile, Huangying continued. Since then, no one in our race has dared to act as they please in the city. The strong do not act as they please in my desolate race. Besides that, the resources of my desolate race are made available to everyone. Of course, there are preconditions, and it's that we must fight for them. For example, everyone can fight to be the crown prince, even the most ordinary person in the desolate race, and fight for it. Alung spoke softly. No wonder Eternal Kingdom lost all those years ago. Eternal Kingdom used to be selfish, arrogant, and haughty. As far as they were concerned, every other world besides Eternal Kingdom was a low-level world, and the people throughout the universe were low-level beings. Once something reaches the peak, it usually suffers decline. She gazed at Huang Ying and continued, "If your race hadn't indiscriminately killed the sprites of this world, perhaps you would have succeeded." Huang Ying laughed bitterly. That was the desolate race's stupidest decision. The sprite progenitor. The sprite progenitor's ability to bring the world together was truly too terrifying. Huang Ying couldn't help but glance at Yang Yi at this point. After all, there was a sprite progenitor with this fellow in front of him. It didn't take long for them to stop. There was a hall before them. Desolate hall. Two people were standing at its entrance. It was Huang Yi and Huang Tianqing Hood restored his physical body. Huang Ying walked over and smiled. "Are you still going to continue?" Huang Yi spoke indifferently. "Congratulations." Congratulations. Obviously, saying that meant he was admitting defeat. While all of them had backing, they were still the most important factor, because the people who backed them would never engage in internal strife. 5 world realm experts were prohibited from fighting each other. Huang Ying glanced at them and nodded slightly before walking toward the hall. Right when they were about to enter, a voice came from behind them. "Wait." They turned around. A woman was standing there. She wore bee skin clothes. She wasn't very old and just around 18 or 19, but she seemed very mature. Her face was icy cold and emotionless. Huang Ying and the others frowned from the sight of her because they didn't recognize her. She spoke indifferently. "You want to be the crown prince?" Huang Ying nodded. "Who are you?" She clenched her right fist slowly and said, "Huang Tsang. Huang Tsangyue." Huang Ying was stunned and gazed at Huang Yi. The latter spoke solemnly. "Since she has the which represents sky, she must be from the Sky Lord's line." The desolate race had 9 main lines that carried the purest bloodlines. The rest of their people could only be considered as commoners. Even though they had the bloodline of the desolate race, it was very scarce. Of course, if they could awaken the bloodline within them, then it would be a completely different situation. Huang Ying restrained his thoughts and gazed at her. "Do you need something?" She spoke indifferently. "Nothing much. I just want to see what right you have to be our crown prince." She suddenly attacked once she finished speaking. A punch. She suddenly appeared before Huang Ying and slammed a punch at him. The expressions of everyone here changed from the sight of this. Huang Ying's expression even changed drastically. He slammed a palm forward, and powerful energy rippled out of it. Bam! An explosion resounded, and then Huang Ying was pushed over 10 kilometers back. Suddenly, Huang Tsangyue vanished on the spot, and she was in front of him when she appeared again. However, her punch didn't slam down upon him. It slammed down to the right of his head. Boom! That expanse of space was instantly obliterated. Everyone here was stunned. Even with their strength, the space here was impossible to destroy without a super divine treasure. However, Shed accomplished it with just a punch. So how terrifying was her strength? The barbarian physique? Suddenly, Sword Scroll's voice resounded in Yang Ye's head. "It's one of the 10 great physiques like Miss N's martial god physique." Meanwhile, Huang Tsangyue gazed at Yang Yi. "Tell that woman with the martial god physique to show herself. I want to see if her physique or mine is stronger." Yang Yi hadn't even said anything when An Nanjing appeared in front of him. An Nanjing gazed calmly at Huang Tsangyue. "I don't want to fight you." "Why?" Huang Tsangyue laughed coldly. "Are you afraid?" An Nanjing replied indifferently. "I'm afraid that it'll kill you." Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Chapter 2446 I'll kill you. Chapter 2446 I'll kill you. I'm afraid that'll kill you. Yang Ye's face darkened. "Can't you say it in a nicer way? Saying that will easily incur hatred from her." Sure enough, as soon as An Nanjing finished speaking, Huang Kangyu's face turned icy cold, and then she leaped up and appeared before An Nanjing. Her fist shot forward. It easily blasted open the space in the surroundings. Meanwhile, a Nanjing's spear moved abruptly. Her spear shot forward. A powerful and confident attack. Everyone sensed great confidence coming from a Nanjing's attack. It was invincible confidence, the confidence to crush her enemy with a single attack. Bang! An explosion resounded and Huang Tsangyue was blasted 300 m away. As soon as she stopped herself, her arm exploded apart and transformed into a pile of blood. At the same time, the ground beneath her cracked open. Everyone was shocked. And Nanjing was actually so strong? Even Yang Yi was shocked. While he hadn't fought her, he knew that she was very strong. However, he hadn't expected her to actually be this strong. And Nanjing stood on the spot and glanced at Huang Tsangyue. "You're still too young." She entered the primordial pagoda once she finished speaking. Too young. Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, he was probably the only one here who really understood what a Nanjing meant. She meant that Huang Tsangyue was a little young, and she wasn't actually looking down on Huang Tsangyue. If she looked down on a person, then based on a Nanjing's character, she wouldn't even say a word. Just as Shed said, Huang Tsangyue really was a little young when compared to a Nanjing. Moreover, a Nanjing hadn't just received the guidance of Wu Enai and martial ancestor. Shed received guidance from that mysterious spear-wielding middle-aged man. All of them weren't ordinary. Huang Tsangyue revealed quite a ferocious expression. Obviously, she felt that a Nanjing was insulting her. So, she immediately leaped forward and charged at Yang Yi. The powerful energy she emanated caused space to ripple violently. Yang Yi frowned when he saw her attack him. Suddenly, a powerful aura pressed down upon her and forced her to a stop. A middle-aged man appeared in front of Yang Yi. It was Skylord. Skylord walked over to Huang Tsangyue. "Can't accept a defeat?" Huang Tsangyue spoke ferociously. "I haven't lost." Shut your mouth." Skylord spoke abruptly in a domineering manner. Huang Tsangyue glanced at him and didn't dare to talk back. Skylord spoke indifferently. "You endured for so many years just to shock everyone, and I understand that. People like to be looked up to, and they want to be respected. But if you grow obsessed with that, it will do more harm than good." Huang Kangyu's face was gloomy, and she remained silent. Skylord shook his head and sighed. "The heavens gave you a great physique, but you do not cherish it." Huang Tsangyue looked him in the eyes. "Skylord, I refuse to accept this. Why are you so sure that I'm no match for her? Just because I was at a momentary disadvantage?" Skylord shook his head. "Comparing both of you is like comparing an adult to a child. She is right, you are a little too young." Huang Tsangyue stared at him. "I want to fight her again. She can do as she pleases if I lose." Skylord fell silent for a short while and gazed at Yang Yi. "Young brother Yang, can you ask Missin to come outside for a spar? Just consider it as me owing both of you a favor." Yang Yi glanced at him. Obviously, Skylord wanted to help Huang Tsangyue. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't refuse this favor. He nodded, and then a Nanjing appeared in front of him. Huang Tsangyue immediately revealed a ferocious expression when she saw a Nanjing. A Nanjing gazed at Huang Tsangyue. "Attack me." Everyone else moved back and made space for them. Huang Tsangyue slowly clenched her fists. Crack. The space around her cracked open. Strength. Barbaric strength. The barbarian physique had a type of strength with it. Barbaric strength. It was strength that came naturally with the physique, and it was much more terrifying than the strength of some primal demons. It was undeniable that there was no such thing as fairness at most times. Some people were born blessed. Countless strands of barbaric energy converged within her, and it was like a volcano waiting to erupt. Just the pressure coming from it made some of the people here feel slightly suffocated. In the primordial pagoda and on the ascension platform, Arya sat on the platform as she looked up into the sky and licked her tonghulu. A short while passed before she suddenly said, "Snowy, I want to eat that woman." Snowy blinked and raised her paws. Obviously, she was asking why. Arya sneaked a glance at the surroundings and whispered, "Snowy, let me tell you a secret." Snowy blinked, floated over to Arya, and perked up her ears. Arya seemed to have thought of something and said, "You can't tell anyone about it." Snowy hurriedly nodded. Arya shot another glance at the surroundings, and when she noticed no one, she said, Snowy, I really want to eat her because her body is unlike other ordinary people. Big sister in two. I've wanted to eat her on many occasions. My intuition tells me that if I eat her, it'll definitely grow even stronger. Besides that, there's also Big Sister Xiao. I think she's really delicious too, and Big Brother Yang is another. Snowy was stunned for quite some time, and then she placed her paw on Arya's forehead. She doesn't have a fever. Arya rolled her eyes. I'm not lying. I really want to eat them, but I can't. Firstly, I'm no match for all of them, especially Big Sister Xiao and En. They are so terrifying. I can only think about it, but I dare not take action. Right? If it's Big Brother Yang, I may succeed if I risk my life against him. But he's Big Brother Yang, so even if I can defeat him, I can't eat him. Sigh. This is so painful. Snowy thought for a moment, and then she withdrew a tonghulu and passed it to Arya. She was telling Arya that she should just eat more tonghulus. Arya was filled with sorrow and despair. Outside the primordial pagoda, after she converged countless strands of barbaric energy, she leaped up and charged at Nanjing. The powerful energy contained within her collapsed space in her wake. At the same time, a wave of powerful pressure slammed against Nanjing before she arrived. Nanjing's face remained indifferent as she took a step forward, and then she stabbed her spear at Huang Tsangyue. It was a very ordinary stab without any flashy moves, and it didn't cause any fluctuations or phenomena to occur. It was just a simple stab of the spear. However, it was such a simple stab that obliterated all the pressure coming from Huang Tsangyue. Meanwhile, Huang Kangyu's fist arrived. The fist and spear collided. Boom! The space in a huge area shook and started to crack open. Sky Lord frowned slightly and waved his right hand, causing the surrounding space to instantly return to normal. Nanjing and Huang Tsangyue were still in a deadlock. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Huang Kangyu's eyes, and the barbaric energy within her surged madly into her right hand before surging along her right arm. However, Nanjing still didn't move at all. Madness and ferocity covered Huang Kangyu's face as she twisted her right hand. Bang! Nanjing was pushed around 10 steps back. At this moment, Nanjing suddenly frowned. She released her spear, pressed forward, and slammed a punch at Huang Tsangyue. It slammed directly against Huang Kangyu's face. Bang! Blood sprayed. Huang Tsangyue was pushed backward, and Nanjing grabbed the moment she was being pushed back to grab Huang Kangyu's right hand, and the latter wasn't even able to react before Nanjing pulled with her right hand. Huang Tsangyue was instantly pulled forward, and then a knee slammed against her stomach. Huang Kangyu's figure curled forward while a mouthful of blood sprayed from her. However, that wasn't the end of it. At the instant Nanjing's knee slammed against her stomach, and Nanjing suddenly spun around, and her right elbow slammed against Huang Kangyu's face. Bam! Huang Tsangyue was blasted away while an arc of blood sprayed through the air. Meanwhile, a spear appeared in Nanjing's grasp, and she was about to hurl it. If she did that, it was obvious that Huang Tsangyue, who was unconscious now, wouldn't be able to avoid death. However, Skylord suddenly said, "Missin, please show mercy." And Nanjing movement stopped, and then she put the spear away and walked over to Yang Yi. Was that amazing? Yang Yi gave her 2 thumbs up. Amazing. Truly amazing. That was what Yang Yi really felt. And Nanjing grinned, and Yang Yi was stunned by this. He hadn't been able to see that smile to his satisfaction, as Shed immediately entered the primordial pagoda right after. Yang Yi was stunned speechless. Meanwhile, Huang Tsangyue laid on the ground with a blank expression on her face. She muttered as if Shed lost her soul. Impossible. Impossible. Shed lost? Shed completely lost. She didn't even have the ability to fight back against a Nanjing. Was she weak? Meanwhile, Skylord walked over to her. Is the barbarian physique very amazing? It isn't, not even in the slightest. You must understand that it's the person itself that's amazing, and if you don't work hard and fight for it, even an invincible physique would be useless. The gap between the two of you isn't in natural talent or resources, it's a gap in your mentality. Simply speaking, She's a tiger in the forest, and you're a tiger raised at home. While you're both tigers, your experience, mental states, and strength are far apart. Huang Tsangyue was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, she gazed at the Sky Lord. I refuse to accept this. Sky Lord frowned. Suddenly, a sword pressed against her forehead, and it pierced into her skin, causing blood to flow. Everyone gazed at Yang Yi because he was holding that sword. Yang Yi ignored them and gazed at Huang Tsangyue. You refuse to accept it? If it wasn't out of consideration for Skylord, she would have killed you by now. Yet you still refuse to accept it? Fuck you. Come, you can fight me. I don't have any physique, but I guarantee that I'll kill you. Chapter 2447 The Desolate Race is Heartless, so assist me. World. Chapter 2447 The Desolate Race is Heartless, so assist me. World. Yang Yi really couldn't bear to continue watching. Losing wasn't shameful. Being unable to accept it was shameful. Huang Tsangyue clearly couldn't accept her defeat. Huang Tsangyue was exasperated from being insulted by Yang Yi, and she cursed, "Who do you think you are? You." Suddenly, Yang Yi kicked her stomach. Bang! Huang Tsangyue flew over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi hadn't held back at all, so the sharp pain of it caused her face to warp. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared in front of her again. Huang Ying hesitated for a moment and was about to speak, but Sky Lord stopped him. Huang Ying gazed at Sky Lord with bewilderment, and the latter spoke softly, "She has talent, but she's too proud. If that pride of hers isn't destroyed, she'll become mediocre in the future." Huang Ying nodded and didn't say anything else. Yang Yi ridiculed while standing by Huang Kangyu's side. "The barbarian physique? Is that the source of your pride? Tell me, what else do you have besides that?" Huang Tsangyue glared at him, and it was like her eyes could spew flames. Yang Yi looked down at her and said, "Do you know what's the difference between the two of you? It's that even if she loses the martial god physique, she's still the same person. Her strength doesn't come solely from her physique. It comes from her heart and will. But take a look at yourself. You give in to despair from the slightest setback, and you can't even realize the truth of things. Without the desolate race there to protect you, trash like you would probably die in the outside world before you even know what killed you." Yang Yi turned around and walked over to Huang Ying. "Brother Huang Ying, let's get back to business." Huang Ying nodded and entered the hall with Yang Yi and Alung. Only Sky Lord and Huang Tsangyue remained here. A long time passed before Huang Tsangyue closed her eyes slowly, and then another long while passed before she suddenly said, "She's truly strong. Truly strong." When she recalled the previous battle, Huang Tsangyue realized that she wasn't on the same level as in Nanjing. Sky Lord spoke softly, "The gap in strength between you and her isn't very huge. But do you know why you lost in an instant?" Huang Tsangyue gazed at him. He explained softly, "It's mainly because of your mental state and your combat instinct. Your mental state is 80% of the reason. When you failed to defeat her with an attack that carried your full strength, your heart started to shake. Or to be more precise, you started to panic. Once that happens, your mind falls into chaos. As for her, her mental state remained the same throughout the battle." Huang Tsangyue fell silent for a long time. "What would my chances of winning be if I didn't panic?" Sky Lord shook his head. "Her attainments in the martial Tao are a level higher than you, and her combat instinct isn't inferior to even the strongest death guard of our race. You must remember that the barbarian physique isn't someone you should take pride in. It is a burden. You must treat it as a burden. Just as Yang Yi said, think about it. What do you have if you lose the barbaric physique and barbaric energy?" Huang Kangyu's hands trembled while her face turned ghastly pale. Skylord asked, "Do you know why we do not seize the sprite progenitor when we know that he has it?" She shook her head. Skylord smiled. "Because we never entrust our hopes on someone else. We rely on ourselves for everything. Moreover, Eternal Kingdom wants to kill him and take the sprite progenitor, and doing so undoubtedly makes them mortal enemies. My enemy's enemy is my friend. Our desolate race is willing to become his friend. As for the sprite progenitor, do you think Yang Yi would take the Eternal Kingdom side?" Huang Songyue spoke seriously. Isn't it better to have the sprite progenitor under our control? Yang Yi and her may be extraordinary geniuses, but they don't belong to our desolate race, right? The Sky Lord smiled. He is backing. Backing. Huang Songyue frowned and wanted to ask about it, but Sky Lord shook his head. Once you've recovered, come to Death Guard camp. It'll be good for you. He vanished on the spot. Huang Songyue spoke softly. No wonder. If Yang Yi didn't have any backing, it was obvious that the desolate race would never give up on obtaining the sprite progenitor just for Yang Yi. Yang Yi's strength was formidable, but it was far insufficient to go against the entire desolate race. So, here lied the problem. Who was backing Yang Yi? Because that person was actually able to make the desolate race make a compromise, give up the sprite progenitor, and become friends with Yang Yi. Once they entered the hall, an old man with a saber scar on his face was standing in the air above. Huanging bowed slightly to the old man. Grand Elder. Huanging had a very respectful expression on his face. Grand Elder. The status of the old man before them was merely inferior to the Patriarch. Just like Skylord, he only obeyed the Patriarch. Moreover, the Grand Elder was the leader of all elders, and his level was even higher than the Heavenly Exalt, Earthly Exalt, and Mortal Exalt. The Grand Elder glanced at Huang Ying, nodded slightly, and then gazed at Yang Yi. Can you let me see her? He was naturally referring to Snowy. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded, and then he summoned Snowy. Snowy glanced at the surroundings once she came outside, and then she shook her head and went back into the primordial pagoda when she didn't detect any treasures. Yang Yi was stunned speechless by this. The sprite progenitor. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder spoke softly. It really is the sprite progenitor. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through his eyes at this point. The desolate race's defeat all those years ago could be attributed entirely to the sprite progenitor. Now that he saw a sprite progenitor again, it naturally aroused complicated emotions in him. Did he hate sprite progenitors? Actually, if he were to be honest, he didn't really hate sprite progenitors. All those years ago, the desolate race had gone too far when it came to some things, especially when they slaughtered the sprites of Eternal Kingdom. Actually, many within the desolate race didn't support such actions. Unfortunately, that person, the Patriarch's own younger brother, had acted willfully and insisted on it. In the end, it made the sprite progenitor join the war. Had witnessed the sprite progenitor in action all those years ago. That sprite progenitor had merely said something toward the world, and just that caused the desolate race to lose a winning war. The old man shook his head slightly and restrained his thoughts before looking at Huang Ying. He flicked a violet command token over and said, "From this moment onward, you are the desolate race's crown prince. Besides the 5 world realm experts of our desolate race, you can give orders to everyone else. Besides that, while 5 world realm experts are not under your command, we cannot interfere with your decisions either." The old man vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The crown prince. Huang Ying glanced at the command token and fell silent. Ilung suddenly smiled. "Congratulations." Huang Ying laughed bitterly. "You know, I really yearned for this command token before I got it. But now that I have, it feels so heavy to me." Heavy. While the position of crown prince gave him a lot of authority, he had a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders too. Ilung said, "It's normal for responsibilities to be heavy." Huang Ying smiled. "All right, forget that. Brother Yang, Miss Along, my desolate race has a martial pavilion and Tao pavilion. In the martial pavilion, there are books on all sorts of techniques that my desolate race has gathered for many years. As for the Tao pavilion, it contains the comprehensions of my desolate race's ancestors. Amongst them are numerous powerful secret techniques that are considered precious treasures in my desolate race. Are you interested in having a look?" They exchanged glances and nodded. Only a fool would refuse that. Huang Ying chuckled. He was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Do you have records on the war from all those years ago?" Yang Yi was quite curious about that war. Huang Ying nodded. "If you're interested, I can take you to a place first. You'll be able to witness the war there." Ilung suddenly said, "Your desolate race recorded it?" Huang Ying nodded. "Our patriarch said that failure is not terrifying. What's terrifying is the inability to face failure. We lost all those years ago. So he used a supreme technique to reproduce some of the scenes from that war so that the later generations would be able to see it for themselves. Yang Yi nodded. That's perfect. Huang Ying nodded and led the two of them out of the hall. It didn't take long for him to bring them to a pond. In the pond was crystal clear water and nothing else. Huang Ying walked to the side of it and tapped his finger forward. For eternal divine crystals dropped into the pillars on each corner of the pond, and then the water within it started to ripple. The water suddenly shot up and formed a screen of water before them. Within it was a huge world. Elong's eyes narrowed slightly from the sight of the world. It was Eternal Kingdom. It started off being quite blurry, but after Huang Ying tossed in a few more eternal divine crystals, it grew more and more clearer. Eternal Kingdom, but it was in a mess. Corpses, blood, and severed limbs filled the entire world, and Eternal Kingdom itself was covered in the flames of war. Suddenly, Yang Ye's pupils constricted. A woman in a white dress appeared in the sky above Eternal Kingdom. The sprite progenitor. It was the sprite progenitor Yang Yi met in the primal battlefield. The sprite progenitor glanced at the surroundings. Besides the corpses of humans and demons, there were many corpses of sprites too. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man with red hair was carrying out an insane slaughter not too far away from the woman in a white dress. The red-haired middle-aged man wasn't just slaughtering humans and some demons, he was slaughtering sprites too. All of those sprites had been captured. Slaughter intent. Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the middle-aged man, and the man was emanating extremely thick and powerful slaughter intent. The middle-aged man killed as he roared, "Kill! Kill everything in Eternal Kingdom." Ha ha ha. The woman's gaze gradually turned icy cold. Suddenly, she took a step forward. The desolate race is heartless. So assist me. World. In an instant. Chapter 24:48 deserves death. Chapter 24:48 deserves death. The desolate race is heartless. So assist me. World. Once she spoke these words, the world instantly changed. The spirit energy around the experts of the desolate race instantly vanished without a trace. Besides that, countless forms of energy throughout the world started to converge here. There was the energy of the five elements, space, earth, lightning. In short, at this moment, all energy that naturally occurred in the world had appeared here. Pressure. Pressure that could crush the world suddenly appeared here, and it pressed down upon the experts of the desolate race. Natural pressure. The world and everything in it took Eternal Kingdom's side. Even people. As soon as she spoke those words, everything in the world seemed to be summoned by her. Thus, countless natural divine treasures surged madly in Eternal Kingdom's direction. Besides that, many experts who had remained hidden in Eternal Kingdom had stepped forward. Most of them were experts who owed her a favor. As for those worlds that had remained neutral until now, they made their stands clear once she made that summon. All of them took Eternal Kingdom's side, including Eternal Border, which had remained neutral until now. Even Hell World, the northern desolate world. All of them took Eternal Kingdom's side. Just a single command had changed the entire situation of the war. At this moment, everything had taken Eternal Kingdom's side. The most terrifying part was that the desolate beasts and countless mysterious living beings that were on the desolate race's side had actually stopped and gazed at the woman. None of them dared to fight. It was awe that came naturally. The situation instantly changed. The red-haired man in front of the woman glanced at the surroundings, and the ferocity on his face grew even greater when he noticed the situation that the desolate race was in. He suddenly looked up at her, and then he transformed into a ray of red light that charged at the woman. "How dare you!" Suddenly, countless furious shouts resounded from within Eternal Kingdom, and then numerous terrifying auras shot up into the air and charged at him. "Fuck off!" The man howled with fury and swung his palm like a saber. Hiss! A ray of blood-red saber energy that was around 3 kilometers long slashed down. It simply seemed like it was going to slash the world apart. Meanwhile, countless experts that charged out from Eternal Kingdom were forcefully slammed down by the powerful pressure the saber energy emanated. The woman gazed at the saber energy with indifference. When it arrived a few meters above her, a ray of golden light slammed against it. Bang! The blood-red saber energy exploded apart and transformed into energy that rained down from above. The golden light dispersed before her and became a golden dragon, a primal true dragon. Area, snowy, and the primal true dragon had suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side. The primal true dragon gazed at the dragon in the screen of water, and its eyes had a trace of bewilderment in them. Snowy, on the other hand, was looking at the woman in a white dress. Her paws were clenched tight, and no one knew what she was thinking. Meanwhile, the red-haired man in the screen of light had quite a gloomy expression on his face when he saw the primal true dragon. Are the true dragons planning to interfere in my desolate race's business too? The primal true dragon looked down at him. We owe the sprite progenitor a favor, and it's time to repay it. The red-haired man spoke ferociously. According to my knowledge, there aren't many primal true dragons left. Aren't you afraid of going extinct? The primal true dragon spoke with disdain. Try it if you can. A wisp of ferocity curled up onto the man's lips, and then he transformed into a blood-red ray of light that shot up into the sky. Meanwhile, the primal true dragon fearlessly dived down and slammed itself at the man. Meanwhile, a few dozen figures shot down into Eternal Kingdom like a sword, and they left corpses in their wake. They were unstoppable. They were the desolate Death Guard. The woman glanced down at the desolate Death Guards, fell silent for a moment, and then suddenly looked toward the right. Please help. As you wish. As soon as these words were spoken, a ray of sword energy shot down from far away in the sky, and then a middle-aged man with a sword chest on his back appeared before the desolate Death Guards. Besides that, there were a few dozen sword cultivators behind him. In reality, Sword Scroll suddenly appeared by Yang Ye's side. She had quite a complicated gaze as she looked at the sword cultivators on the screen. Yang Yi glanced at her and remained silent. The ancient sword sect. Huang spoke softly by Yang Ye's side, a mysterious sect of sword cultivators. They can be considered as the representatives of sword cultivators in Eternal Kingdom. They always remained aloof from the world, and their disciples were usually just traveling the world. But along with the sprite progenitor's request for help, 90% of their sect came to her aid. If it wasn't for them, my desolate race's Death Guards would have fought their way to the eternal divine palace of Eternal Kingdom. Yang Yi looked up, and he saw the Death Guards were being forcefully stopped there. However, the Death Guards were suppressing those sword cultivators in battle. The sword cultivators' ability in single combat was beyond doubt, but these Death Guards were even more terrifying. Every one of them was fearless of death, and their insane attacks started to push the sword cultivators back. The woman frowned slightly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man below soared up into the air and formed a seal. In an instant, a hall made of swords appeared behind him. A sword hall. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he gazed at Sword Scroll. She was looking indifferently at the screen of water. Once the sword hall appeared, a thick book floated above it. The sword book. The middle-aged man formed another seal, and the sword hall behind him suddenly shook, and then countless rays of light surged out from it. A dense expanse of sword energy. Once the sword energy appeared, the sword cultivators below retreated. The Death Guards didn't try to dodge when facing the sword energy because they had nowhere to escape. They could only clash head-on against it. Rumble. Explosions resounded incessantly, and the Death Guards joined forces to forcefully stop all the sword energy. However, they were being pushed back repeatedly. Moreover, sword energy was still surging out incessantly from the sword hall. It was truly endless. The Death Guards were constantly being pushed back. Moreover, some of them died from a ray of sword energy through the heart. Besides that, the other experts of the desolate race were forcefully pushed back by these rays of sword energy too. The experts and sprites throughout the universe rushed to Eternal Border. Not only were there humans among them, there were even primal divine beasts. The desolate race was strong, but it couldn't resist the joint forces of the entire universe. So, they were pushed back repeatedly, all the way out of Eternal Kingdom to Eternal Border. The desolate race's loss was only a matter of time, because many more experts were rushing in their direction. The experts of Eternal Kingdom and the entire universe were exceptionally united. Countless had even started to cheer. However, along with an explosion, the dreams everyone had were obliterated. In the sky above Eternal Border, space shook violently, and then a corpse appeared. The corpse of an old man. The old man's corpse descended slowly, and everyone was stunned by the sight of it. The Eternal Lord. The old man was the master of Eternal Kingdom. He was dead. A middle-aged man with hair that hung loosely to his shoulder appeared there. The Desolate Emperor. The strongest expert of the desolate world. In the real world, everyone gazed at the Desolate Emperor. He was the man who had almost destroyed Eternal Kingdom all those years ago. A thought suddenly arose in Yang Ye's mind. If the Desolate Emperor is compared to Wu and I, martial ancestor, the mysterious sword cultivator below the northern sword sect, the old man with the bamboo chest, the unfettered one, and Tian Xiu, who would be stronger? All of them were peak experts. Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. Why do I even waste time thinking of such meaningless things? My own strength is the right way. Yang Yi continued watching the scene on the screen of water. Along with the arrival of the Desolate Emperor, the world fell silent. Completely silent. Everyone gazed at him. Countless people of the desolate race were overjoyed and cheered. Patriarch! Patriarch! Their voices shot into the clouds. The atmosphere on Eternal Kingdom's side was very oppressive. The Eternal Lord was invincible in their hearts, yet now, he was dead. The Desolate Emperor had killed him. So, how strong was the Desolate Emperor? The Desolate Emperor glanced at the woman. Why have you interfered? Why? The sprite progenitor remained aloof from the world. Regardless of whether the desolate race or any other force entered this place, they would not target the sprite progenitor, because they knew how special she was. Moreover, all powers needed her help, including the desolate race. She replied indifferently, the desolate race is heartless and deserves death. The Desolate Emperor frowned slightly and looked down. It didn't take long for his face to turn gloomy. He saw the corpses of countless sprites. The Desolate Emperor closed his eyes slowly. A long time passed before the scenes from 2 hours ago appeared within his mind. A short while later, he gazed at the red-haired man. Did I not say that sprites which do not go against my desolate race should not be harmed? The man spoke in a low voice. I got mad with the desire to slaughter. The Desolate Emperor's eyes narrowed. You deserve death. The red-haired man's expression changed. He was about to speak, but the Desolate Emperor ignored him and looked at the middle-aged sword cultivator. Did you have fun killing the people of my desolate race? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and flicked his palm at the middle-aged man. A ray of sword energy shot up into the air. The middle-aged sword cultivator had counterattacked. However, that casual attack from the Desolate Emperor instantly suppressed the middle-aged man, and as soon as he descended to the ground, his body exploded apart, and so did the sword hall behind him. Chapter 24 49 Dual Swords. Chapter 24 49 Dual Swords. At this moment, Yang Yi finally knew what happened to Sword Scroll's main body. Yang Yi glanced at her. Her face was emotionless, and she didn't say a word before entering the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi looked up at the screen, and it had vanished. Ailing asked, Is there no more? Huang Ying nodded. The records end there. However, you know what happened after that. While our patriarch was strong, the entire desolate would have been buried in that battle if he allowed it to continue. Moreover, a mysterious expert seemed to have stepped forward at that time. Yang Yi gazed at him. A mysterious expert? Huang Ying nodded. However, I don't know who it was. As for those who do know, they refused to reveal it. Huang Ying shook his head. Forget that. Brother Yang, Miss Ailong, let me take you to the Martial Pavilion. They nodded. It didn't take long for them to get to the Martial Pavilion, and Huang Ying smiled. 3 days. You only have 3 days. Because my contribution points are only enough for you to stay here for 3 days. Alung smiled. You're the crown prince. Huang Ying laughed bitterly. Besides the patriarch, everyone else has to pay contribution points to access this place, even the crown prince. We're all treated as equals. As for the patriarch, his existence is the greatest contribution to our race. Anyway, I have something to attend to. Brother Yang, Miss Along, take your time and look around. I'm sure the things in there will be of help to you. He cupped his fist at them and left. Yang Yi and Along exchanged glances and entered the pavilion. Once they parted, Huang Ying went to a mountain in the city. It was the tallest mountain within the city. Huang Ying didn't go up to its top, and he just stopped at the mountainside and bowed slightly. A long time passed before a drop of blood floated down from above and descended before him. Huang Ying hurriedly withdrew the violet command token from before, and the blood entered it. The command token trembled slightly, and then it turned red. A protection talisman? If he wanted to truly become the crown prince, he needed a person's acknowledgement, and that person was the desolate emperor. Now, the desolate emperor had clearly acknowledged him. Huang Ying bowed slightly toward the mountain and was about to leave, but a wave of energy suddenly enveloped him and brought him to the mountain top. A man with hair that hung loosely to his shoulders was seated just a few meters away from Huang Ying. Huang Ying naturally knew who it was, so he immediately bowed respectfully. Patriarch, it was the desolate emperor. A short while passed before the desolate emperor spoke. Do you know why I wanted to choose a crown prince? Huang Ying shook his head. Please enlighten me. The man stood up and looked into the distant sky. My desolate race lost the battle all those years ago. I led our race away in retreat to rest and recuperate. Now, you're all definitely thinking that we're going to attack Eternal Kingdom again, right? Huang Ying hesitated for a moment and asked, aren't we? The desolate emperor spoke softly. War is unavoidable. But this time, we don't hold the initiative anymore, and Eternal Kingdom isn't the same Eternal Kingdom we once faced either. Of course, it's normal because if even that war wasn't able to wake them up, then they would truly be trash. I'll leave the internal affairs of our desolate race to you. You aren't capable enough to deal with the external affairs, so just leave it to me. Besides that, befriending Yang Yi was a bold move. My desolate race needs someone bold. As for strength, it doesn't matter if yours is slightly inferior, it can be trained slowly. But a patriarch must be bold and willing to take risks. So, your eldest brother and Huang Yi are inferior in that aspect. Huang Ying bowed slightly to the desolate emperor and remained silent. The desolate emperor waved his hand lightly. Huang Ying bowed once more and left. Once Huang Ying left, a middle-aged man without any limbs appeared before the desolate emperor. If Yang Yi was here, he would recognize the man. It was the original owner of Executor. The desolate emperor glanced at the man. What's your name? The man spoke softly. They call me the Obsessed Sword. As for my original name, Qinshuanan. The desolate emperor asked, Yang Yi is your disciple? Qinshuanan shook his head. Not really, but I like him. The desolate emperor said, he shows no restraint. Even though he's learning to restrain himself, he's still like that deep within his bones. Qinshuanan smiled. The young wouldn't be called the young if they weren't like that, right? We were probably worse than him during our youths. Don't you think so too? The desolate emperor nodded slightly. True. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky. While you're dead, I can still sense how strong you once were. Is it really that strong? Qinshuanan smiled. It's much stronger than you've imagined. The desolate emperor fell silent for a long time and said, Which era are you from? Qinshuanan replied, The primordial. Primordial. Fluctuations arose in the desolate emperor's eyes. A forgotten era. Qinshuanan shook his head slightly. It doesn't matter to any of us. He gazed at the desolate emperor and continued, Thank you. He was thanking the desolate emperor on Yang Yi's behalf. Because the desolate race had given up on the sprite progenitor. It could be said that if the desolate emperor insisted on obtaining the sprite progenitor, then even he wouldn't be able to stop the desolate emperor. After all, he was dead. Of course, he wasn't without any remedy. He couldn't stop the desolate emperor in his current state, but besides the desolate emperor, no one else in the desolate race was a match for him. Moreover, Yang Yi had Wu and I, and the martial ancestor too. While the three of them were dead, even if their joint forces weren't enough to annihilate the desolate race, crippling it wouldn't be difficult at all. The desolate emperor was clearly aware of that. While he wasn't afraid of them, he felt that it wasn't necessary. After all, wasn't it better to have more friends instead of making more powerful enemies? Qin Xuanan didn't speak further. He just turned around and left. Meanwhile, the desolate emperor suddenly said, "A clone of mine encountered a sword cultivator in the primal battlefield. He was a very powerful sword cultivator." Qin Xuanan stopped and said, "We've met." The desolate emperor asked, "What do you think of him?" Qin Xuanan smiled. "You want to know who's stronger, right?" The desolate emperor nodded. Qin Xuanan smiled. "Actually, I want to know the answer to that too. Unfortunately, we're not from the same era." He vanished without a trace once he finished speaking. A long time passed before the desolate emperor vanished as well. The mountaintop was quiet once more. The martial pavilion. Once they entered the martial pavilion, they noticed that it was much larger than they'd expected. The tiny pavilion actually seemed to have another world within it, but they were puzzled by the fact that no one seemed to be guarding the place, and there were no experts outside the pavilion. Lung spoke softly. "The desolate race isn't ordinary at all." Yang Yi nodded. Had seen many clans and races since he started his journey on Profounder Continent, but the desolate race was the most unique. Of course, it was also the strongest. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, "Miss Alung, about the D clan." She smiled. "What is it?" Yang Yi said, "Let me know if you need my help." She smiled, "Thank you." Yang Yi nodded. He didn't say anything else and just walked off. She glanced at him, didn't say anything either, and walked to a nearby bookshelf. There were around 10 bookshelves here, and every single one of them had 10 shelves. Every shelf had around 10 scrolls. All of them were scrolls with supreme knowledge of the martial arts. Not a single one of them was of low quality. It could be said that it was Huang Ying's way of repaying them. Yang Yi summoned a Nanjing, and she glanced at the surroundings before casually picking up a scroll. She was instantly immersed in it once she took a glance at its contents. Yang Yi immediately realized that the scrolls here were rare treasures. Otherwise, based on how selective she was, ordinary techniques would just incur her disdain. But she had been able to continue reading a scroll he casually picked up. So, it was obvious how high quality the scrolls here were. Yang Yi ignored her and walked to the side. It didn't take long for him to arrive before a bookshelf, and on it was a pitch-black character, obviously. The scrolls in this bookshelf were sword techniques. Yang Yi opened one of them, and a few words appeared before him. Dual swords. Dual swords? Yang Yi was stunned. What the heck? Yang Yi was curious and decided to continue reading, and a solemn expression gradually appeared on his face. He read through it for around 2 hours, and then he put it down and entered the primordial pagoda. Dual swords. While joy covered Yang Yi's face, because Head suddenly thought of something. His madness sword technique. It allowed him to swing 100 times in a breath of time. But what if he used dual swords? Would its strength multiply? Was it realistic? Yang Yi didn't know, but he planned to find out. In any case, he has no lack of swords. Yang Yi didn't use Executor. He placed it within the sword gourd and picked up the sword precursor and sword supreme instead. His intuition told him that these two swords were more suitable. The scroll he read had a detailed description on how to wield dual swords, and it included many techniques and skills as well. Yang Yi didn't follow exactly what was recorded in the scroll. Simply speaking, he was using that technique to perfect his madness sword technique. Chapter 2450 Area. Chapter 2450 Area. Was using swords in both hands difficult? It wasn't difficult for Yang Yi, because Head used the sword and saber together in the past, and Head merged them perfectly as well. Now, he was changing the saber to the sword, so it was much easier for him to use. After all, he was a sword cultivator. A true sword cultivator. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground, while the various techniques of the dual sword technique appeared in his mind. He planned to master it. Left-handed swordsmanship. Yang Yi decided to take it step by step. He wanted to see how strong he was while using his sword in the left hand. A day later, Yang Yi left the cultivation room and went to Arya. He wanted her to be his sparring partner. Arya licked her Tonghulu as she stood outside her abode. Your sparring partner? Yang Yi nodded. Arya stretched out her hand. What's in it for me? Yang Yi's face darkened. When did she learn this from Snowy? Arya blinked. Big brother Yang, being a sparring partner is very tiring. So it's normal to pay for my effort, right? Yang Yi smiled. Arya, what is our relationship? Speaking about compensation is so hurtful, isn't it? Arya thought for a moment and said, that does make sense. But don't you humans have a saying? Even real brothers should keep clear accounts of everything. I think it makes lots of sense, don't you? Yang Yi shrugged. Go on. Tell me what you want. Her eyes lit up. I want to eat people like you and Big Sister. And Yang Yi glared at her. Are you asking for a beating? She puckered her lips. I want demons too. Like that dragon. Only demons like that are delicious. Yang Yi had quite the headache. What is she? If it's humans, she wants the best. If it's demons, she wants demons like a primal true dragon. Is she crazy? Arya gazed at him with a pitiable expression and waited for his answer. Yang Yi sighed softly and said, Arya, how about I try my best to find you food? However, you must promise not to go outside and run wild. Both you and I are too weak when compared to this world. She thought for a moment and nodded. Just as Yang Yi had said, the world was very dangerous. Especially after they arrived at Desolate City, that feeling of hers grew even stronger. So, she glanced at Yang Yi, and then she suddenly felt that staying in this pagoda was really nice. Because she didn't have to worry about anything. Of course, it would be better if she had a powerful demon to feast on every day. Yang Yi walked over to her, rubbed her head, and said, Don't worry, I have many enemies, so you'll have lots to eat. Arya hesitated for a moment and said, Big brother Yang, can you take me to see my grandfather once we leave the desolate world? I really miss him. Yang Yi smiled. Of course. We'll head straight for Eternal Village once we leave this place. I want to see Annie Veg and Master too. Arya cracked a very wide smile. Yang Yi brought Arya to the Ascension platform. It was the best place to fight, because it was extremely strong and could endure powerful strength. Arya clenched her right hand. Big brother Yang, are you sure that you want me to use my full strength? Yang Yi nodded. Of course, don't hold back. Bring it. She hesitated for a moment and said, But I'm afraid that it'll kill you. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Go on. Use all your strength. You don't have to take responsibility if you really kill me. Arya nodded. She stopped hesitating and strode forward before slamming her fist at Yang Yi. It was a very simple punch. Yang Yi was very well aware of Arya's strength, so he didn't dare act carelessly. He circulated his profound energy and stabbed his sword forward with his left hand. The sword domain. However, he only used 4 swings. He didn't dare to use his full strength against Arya, as he was afraid of hurting her. But it didn't take long for him to regret that decision. Bang! An explosion resounded, and Yang Yi was blasted away with his sword. He flew all the way out of the Ascension platform. A wisp of blood seeped out slowly from the corner of Yang Yi's mouth, and his entire left hand was trembling. On the Ascension platform, Arya was stunned and hurried over to Yang Yi. Big brother Yang, why are you so weak? I haven't even used my full strength. Yang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. Yang Yi leaped up and went to the Ascension platform. He gazed at Arya and said, Come on, let's continue. Arya was slightly hesitant. Big brother Yang, maybe we shouldn't. They'll feel guilty if I kill you, I'm serious. Yang Yi glared at her. If you don't get over here, then you can dream of ever having a full stomach. As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, she leaped over to Yang Yi and slammed her fist at him. Arya's strength was a little special. It was unlike his own physical strength, or Huang Kangya's physical strength. It was another form of pure strength, and it was very terrifying. This time, Yang Yi really didn't dare to hold such immature thoughts as had previously had. Injure Arya? He would be lucky to avoid being injured by her. Yang Yi didn't go head-on against her fist because Arya's speed was much more inferior than his. When her fist arrived before him, Yang Yi suddenly moved sideways and dodged it. At the same time, His sword swept horizontally at her stomach. It was swift like a bolt of lightning. Arya couldn't dodge it at all, and was struck by Yang Ye's sword. However, Yang Yi didn't use the blade of his sword. Head struck her with the blunt side of it. But just a moment later, he regretted his decision. When the blunt side of Yang Ye's sword struck her stomach, Yang Yi felt like his sword had struck a super divine treasure. As for Arya, she wasn't even shaken by it. Arya blinked and slammed her knee at Yang Ye's stomach. Yang Ye's reaction was extremely swift, and he moved around 3 back. But at the same time, a wave of powerful energy slammed down at him. It was Arya. Yang Ye's sword descended. 5 swings with the sword domain. This time, Yang Yi didn't hold back because he noticed that Arya was much stronger than Head ever imagined. However, Yang Yi was surprised by Arya's actions, because she didn't try to defend herself or dodge his attack, and she just let it strike her head. At the same time, her little fist slammed against Yang Ye's stomach. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Yang Yi, and then his figure was blasted away. Yang Yi stopped around 3 kilometers away. He looked down at this stomach, and it had cracked open. It wasn't just his stomach. His entire body was covered in cracks. Fortunately, he had the primordial violet energy, so they were quickly healed. But that wasn't the main point. The main point was that there were small cracks on the sword precursor's blade. Crack. It was a divine treasure. Head struck her on the head, but his divine treasure had cracked. Yang Yi took a deep breath and walked over to Arya. At this moment, she was touching the horns on her head, and Yang Ye's gaze descended upon them. His sword had struck them earlier, and they'd stopped his sword. Yang Yi asked, "Can I touch them?" She glanced at him and nodded. Yang Yi touched the horns. They were icy cold and quite solid. Besides that, there was nothing special about them. Yang Yi asked, "What are these?" She shook her head. "I don't know. They just grew themselves." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, she added, "Big brother Yang, are we going to continue?" "Yes," he hurriedly said. "Of course we are." So, their fight continued. This time, Yang Yi didn't hold back at all, because he noticed that even if his blade struck her, her body remained completely unharmed. Arya's body was so strong that Yang Yi almost felt despair from it. He knew that perhaps only Executor could break through her defense. He would naturally not use it because his goal was to temper himself. Chop, stab, flick, slash, slice. On the Ascension platform, Yang Yi executed basic sword moves over and over again. Needless to say, fighting Arya really trained his instinct and reaction. So long as he was even the slightest bit careless, he may be punched away by her. So, he was exceptionally careful in battle with her. Arya discovered some combat techniques while fighting Yang Yi too. So, she stopped fully utilizing brute strength, and she learned to dodge and use technique when fighting. It could be said that both of them were improving tremendously. Just like that, a day passed, 2 days passed, a month passed. A month later, Yang Yi started using 2 swords. Once Yang Yi started using 2 swords, he gradually gained the upper hand against Arya. Yang Ye's dual swords were too quick, so quick that Arya could only defend herself against them. While her body forcefully resisted countless attacks from him, she didn't have the slightest opportunity to fight back. The 2 swords descended upon her like an incessant storm. Even then, Arya wasn't injured at all. Her body was even more terrifying than a divine treasure. However, Yang Yi didn't use his madness intent. Once he did that, his combat strength would multiply. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to control himself, and the slightest mistake may harm Arya. After all, he had another sword. Bang, bang, bang. On the Ascension platform, Arya was being completely suppressed. While she didn't suffer any injury, she felt very aggrieved, extremely even. As for Yang Yi, he grew fiercer and fiercer as the dual swords felt increasingly easier to use. As Yang Yi swung his swords madly, the blood vessels beneath his skin started to tremble, and as they did, Yang Ye's strength grew increasingly terrifying. Every swing of his sword left a faint mark on Arya. Suddenly, Arya howled with fury. At this moment, her eyes were crimson red, and she slapped her palms downward. Bang! The world shook. A moment later, the short nails on Aria's hands gradually lengthened, and it didn't take long for them to grow a few dozen centimeters long. Aria leaped forward with rage and pounced at Yang Yi. She clawed down against Yang Yi's sword supreme. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away, and the sword supreme started cracking as if it would shatter at any moment. However, Aria didn't stop and pounced at Yang Yi again. Yang Yi's expression changed drastically at the sight of this. He didn't dare to continue using the sword supreme and sword precursor, and he hurriedly withdrew Executor. Hiss! A ray of light flashed. It was Executor. A short while later, Yang Yi was stunned on the spot. Aria had grabbed Executor with her right hand, and she suddenly exerted force on it. Executor started to bend. She plans to break a super divine treasure? Yang Yi was flabbergasted. Favorite. Chapter 2451 Invincible Body. Chapter 2451 Invincible Body. She planned to break the sword. Yang Yi watched as Aria used all the strength within her as she tried to break Executor. However, how could a super divine treasure be broken just like that? A vicious glow arose in her eyes when she realized that it wouldn't break. She suddenly looked up at Yang Yi, and then she hurled Executor at him. Hiss! A ray of light flashed. Her powerful physical strength combined with Executor's sharpness caused space to be sliced open like paper before it. Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly and took a step forward. The sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, Executor immediately slowed down, and then he grabbed its hilt. However, his face was quite pale. Aria's strength was too terrifying. Meanwhile, Aria suddenly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi's expression changed from the sight of this, and he hurriedly said, Aria, calm down. Calm down. She ignored everything he said. She arrived before him and clawed at Yang Yi's head. Yang Yi didn't go head-on against it. He tapped the tip of his foot against the ground and moved over 100 m away. Aria roared with fury when she saw him retreat, and then she stomped her right foot down. Bang! The ascension platform shook violently while Aria appeared at the edge of the ascension platform, and then she kicked its edge. Boom! The ascension platform flew at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he took a quick stride forward and stabbed his sword at it. It forced the huge ascension platform to a stop. On the other side of the platform, Aria suddenly leaped up and kicked the platform again. Bam! 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 Yang Yi and the ascension platform were pushed backward repeatedly. Aria was about to attack again when a Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of her, and the latter just gazed indifferently at Aria. Don't harm her. Yang Yi's voice resounded from the side. As soon as he said that, Aria slammed her claw at a Nanjing. A Nanjing spear shot forward. It stabbed against the center of Aria's palm. Bang! A Nanjing was pushed almost 300 m back, and her right hand was trembling. A Nanjing frowned slightly. What is that strength of hers? Yang Yi spoke solemnly by a Nanjing's side. Her strength is still growing. Besides that, watch out for her claws. They can even tear apart divine treasures. A Nanjing thought deeply for a moment and said, Let's join forces. As soon as she finished speaking, she put down her spear and dashed at Aria. An instant later, she was in front of Aria, and she slammed a punch at Aria. Aria revealed no fear when she saw Nanjing's punch approach, and she just clawed at the latter's fist. However, right when a Nanjing's fist was about to slam against Aria's claw, her fist unfurled into a palm and moved slightly to the right. Aria clawed nothing but air, and before she could even pull her hand back, a Nanjing suddenly grabbed her wrist. A Nanjing pulled Aria toward her and slammed a punch against Aria's chest. Bang! Aria was blasted around 30 m away, but a Nanjing was pushed over 300 m back. As soon as she stopped herself, Yang Yi appeared in front of Aria, and the vicious glow in Aria's eyes grew stronger. She didn't say a single word and just slammed herself at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. He didn't dare to get hit by Aria's body. After all, her body was too terrifying. A ray of sword energy vanished and Yang Yi vanished on the spot. It didn't take long for them to get locked in combat. Both Yang Yi and Nanjing didn't dare to fight seriously, because if they did, it was very likely to hurt Area. But if they didn't fight seriously, then they were helpless against Area. Her physical strength and defenses were simply abnormal, especially that pair of claws. Both Yang Yi and Nanjing didn't dare to go head-on against those claws, because even if they avoided death, they would be injured by them. After all, they could even destroy divine treasures. Meanwhile, Oxy, Sword Scroll, the Primal Vicious Tiger, the Martial Qilin, and the Primal True Dragon were spectating from the side. Or it should be said that all the demon beasts had their attention focused on Area. She was terrifying. Even the Primal True Dragon was extremely well convinced of Area's strength. Both her strength and defense were far superior to it. If it was made to fight Area, especially when she was in this abnormal state, it knew it had no chance to win. Area's bloodline had a suppressing effect on demon beasts. Even though she was tiny, she was the elder sister in all their hearts. An elder sister who should never be offended. As for Snowy, she was the great lord. She could absolutely not be offended. As she watched the three of them enter a deadlock and Area growing stronger as the battle progressed, Sword Scroll fell silent for a moment before looking at Oxy. Where's Snowy? Bring her here to make them stop. Snowy. Where was Snowy? Only now did they notice that the Great Lord herself wasn't here. Meanwhile, Oxy vanished because he knew where Snowy was. Oxy flew to the rear mountains of the Sword Sect, and he saw Snowy in the forest there. At this moment, Snowy was snoring above the chaotic fruit trees. The trees were holding her up and rocking her lightly like a cradle. There were 6 fist-sized fruits on the trees. They were about to ripen. It took Oxy a huge amount of willpower to move his gaze from the fruits, and then he walked over to Snowy and tapped Snowy's head with a finger. Snowy wasn't affected by it at all, and just continued snoring. Oxy hesitated for a moment and said, "Tree." "Sure." In an instant, Snowy shuddered and opened her eyes. Oxy was stunned speechless. At the ascension platform, all 3 of them were still locked in battle. Actually, if Yang Yi and Nanjing were to fight seriously, Area would probably be finished by now. While her body was extremely strong and so was her physical strength, Yang Yi and Nanjing weren't weak. Both of them hadn't dared to really attack with the intent to kill, nor did they dare to target her vital points. But when they didn't fight seriously, they discovered that Area was really too difficult to deal with. Area was growing more and more excited as the battle progressed. Obviously, she was treating them as her sparring partners. Meanwhile, Snowy arrived on Oxy's shoulder. Snowy's eyes opened wide when she saw Yang Yi and Nanjing and Area in battle, and they were filled with excitement. All the other demon beasts were utterly speechless when they noticed her reaction. Snowy didn't try to stop them. As far as she was concerned, all of them were just playing. Meanwhile, Area was growing more and more excited. Once she slammed both Yang Yi and Nanjing away with her punches, she suddenly spoke excitedly. "Come on, bring it. Big sister and big brother Yang, let's continue." As soon as she spoke up to this point, Area seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly shut her mouth. She blinked and gazed at them while a bad feeling arose in her. At the same time, Yang Yi and Nanjing exchanged glances. Obviously, the little bastard had regained consciousness a long time ago. Nanjing suddenly gazed at Area, and a spear appeared in her grasp. A moment later, she took a step forward and instantly arrived just a few meters away from Area. Her spear shot forward. A spear of belief. It carried in Nanjing's matchless belief in the martial Tao. Area's expression changed drastically, and she swung her right claw at it. The spear and claw collided. Bang! Area was blasted away, but Nanjing didn't move at all. Meanwhile, at the instant Area was blasted away, a ray of sword energy flashed. It slammed against Area's body. Bang! Area's figure flew even faster. Nanjing and Yang Yi vanished simultaneously, and Area howled with sorrow. "Big sister and big brother Yang, I'm sorry. Let's stop. It hurts, it really hurts." Yang Yi and Nanjing stopped. While Area was strong, Even if they were unable to pierce her defenses while they fought seriously, making it hurt was still possible. Moreover, if they fought with the aim to kill, they could pierce her defenses. Of course, they would never do that, but they could still teach her a lesson. Arya sat on the ground and gasped for air. She was exhausted. Yang Yi and Nanjing walked over to Arya, and Yang Yi asked, "Arya, what happened just now?" Arya gazed at him. "What do you mean?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm talking about when you went berserk earlier." Arya thought for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know. In any case, I just really felt like fighting, especially you, big brother Yang." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Sword Scroll suddenly spoke. "I may be her bloodline." Her bloodline. Yang Yi gazed at Sword Scroll. "What is Arya's bloodline?" Sword Scroll fell silent. "I'm not sure." Yang Yi was about to say something when a Nanjing walked over to Arya. "From now on, you'll learn from me." Arya was stunned. Everyone else gazed at a Nanjing. A Nanjing gazed at Arya. "Brute strength isn't good." "Brute strength?" Sword Scroll spoke solemnly. "Missin is correct. Arya has matchless physical defenses and physical strength, and claws that can tear through divine treasures. But she doesn't know anything about combat techniques, and she only uses brute force in battle. While absolute strength does crush everything, if she does encounter an opponent in the same level like you, Yang Yi, or Missin, then she'll be at a huge disadvantage. If she can learn some combat techniques, she would definitely become extremely terrifying." Combat techniques. If Arya learned combat techniques from a Nanjing, just the thought of it was terrifying. Arya suddenly stood up. "I refuse. I want to play with Snowy." "Snowy, don't you think so too?" A Nanjing glanced at Snowy, and the latter, who was about to nod, immediately shook her head. She was saying that she didn't want to play, and she had an extremely serious expression on her face. Arya was stunned speechless. Chapter 2452 Kill. Chapter 2452 Kill. Just like that, Arya's days of pain began. She who was once free had to spend some of her time learning combat techniques from a Nanjing every day. In the beginning, she was very unwilling, but after learning for some time, she suddenly became quite happy, because she noticed that some human thoughts and techniques were very interesting. As for Yang Yi, he was training like a madman too. Dual swords. At his level, pure strength and speed were the most terrifying. Of course, sword and martial techniques were extremely important as well. They were an extension of strength and speed. Besides the divine treasures he possessed, Yang Yi's current trump card was his sword domain and flying swords. The sword domain was a form of enhancement, and the flying swords were a sword technique. His sword domain could improve the strength of his attacks by countless times, and if he used Executor, it would grow even more terrifying. It could be said that Yang Yi's true strength was using the sword domain, madness sword technique, and flying swords while he went mad with the madness intent. He was the most terrifying in that state. Of course, his greatest trump card was his own cultivation. He was still suppressing it. If he stopped, how much would it rise? He didn't know. However, so long as he could continue suppressing it, he planned to continue, all the way until he couldn't anymore. In the martial pavilion, Yang Yi read through all the sword techniques there, but he didn't cultivate them. At his level, both his sword Dao and sword techniques carried his own unique style. What he needed wasn't to thread on another's path. It was to learn, refer, and perfect. The use of those techniques to him was to help him perfect his own sword Dao and sword techniques. Even the dual sword technique was something he only learned the advantages of so that he could perfect his own sword technique. He wasn't learning it as it was. He wasn't the only one doing that, and Nanjing was doing the same. Day after day passed. It wasn't long before Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, because it was the last day he could stay in the martial pavilion. Once he left the pagoda, Yang Yi noticed that A Lung was gone. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and left the martial pavilion. Huang Ying was waiting at the entrance. Huang Ying smiled. "How is it?" Yang Yi replied, "I gained a lot." "Great." Huang Ying smiled. "Go have a look at the Dao Pavilion now. There are many divine techniques, secret techniques, and the comprehensions of countless ancestors from my desolate race within there. Yang Yi nodded and asked, "Where's Miss Ailong?" Huang Ying spoke solemnly. Her clan sent her a letter to return immediately. It seems there's something important. Yang Yi frowned slightly. Eternal Kingdom? Huang Ying nodded. It should be something urgent, or she wouldn't have rushed back like that. Don't worry, she'd friends with us now, thus so long as her clan isn't too foolish, it wouldn't force her to do anything stupid. Yang Yi nodded. How long can I stay in the Dao Pavilion? Huang Ying laughed bitterly. 1 day. Sorry, I really don't have more contribution points. Yang Yi smiled. It's enough. Huang Ying smiled. I hope you gain a lot. He turned around and walked away. Yang Yi followed him to the Dao Pavilion. Yang Yi saw a familiar face in the pavilion, Huang Tianqing. Huang Tianqing nodded slightly when he saw Yang Yi walk in, and Yang Yi nodded in response. They didn't speak. Yang Yi walked to the side, glanced at the surroundings, and noticed only 5 bookshelves in here. There were very few scrolls on the shelves too, just around 20 of them. However, they were divided into clear categories. The martial Dao, divine techniques, secret techniques, everything was labeled clearly. And Nanjing appeared here too. She read every one of them because she could absorb their contents, but Yang Yi couldn't. He was truly inferior to a Nanjing when it came to talent, so he only looked at what was suitable to him. Yang Yi arrived before one of the bookshelves and picked up a scroll. There were 2 large words on it. Yang Yi had searched the surroundings, and had only noticed this single scroll that was on the sword Dao. Meanwhile, a voice came from the side. Throughout the history of my desolate race, there have been many sword cultivators, but only one of them was truly accomplished. Only his comprehensions in the sword Dao has the right to be kept here. Yang Yi looked over and saw that it was Huang Tianqing. Huang Tianqing continued, however, I think his comprehensions aren't suitable for you. Yang Yi asked, why? Huang Tianqing explained, because his sword Dao and yours are completely different. He took the path of kings, a righteous path. As for you, if to be honest, your sword Dao focuses on slaughter, so both your sword Daos are completely different. Thus, his comprehensions aren't very useful to you. Yang Yi unfurled the scroll and took a glance. The first line in it was, the sword, a gentleman's weapon. One who wields the sword must have a righteous heart. Character that's. Yang Yi shook his head and put it away. Just as Huang Tianqing had said, these comprehensions in the sword Dao were completely different from his sword Dao. The sword Dao. What was his sword Dao? It was one where he would rather die than yield. It was an unyielding sword Dao. But was it really that? Yang Yi shook his head. Actually, all of that was meaningless. The sword Dao. In actuality, he felt that the sword was used to kill people. Instead of calling it the sword Dao, it should be called the slaughter Dao. There was no difference between them. No matter what he said about it, it was impossible to conceal the fact that his sword was used to kill. The sword was used to kill. But the world gave the sword many layers of gorgeous clothing, yet even then, it was impossible to conceal that the sword was a tool to kill. Of course, this tool had different meanings when held in the hands of different people. However, in essence, it was created to kill. Yang Yi smiled when he thought up to this point. His objective wasn't to pursue the sword Dao, it was to pursue how to kill. Not to kill for the sake of killing, but for the sake of protecting. The world was vast, but loved ones were the best. If anyone dared to attack his loved ones, only death awaited. As soon as he thought up to this point, the slight bewilderment Yang Yi felt vanished completely. His mind and heart were clear, and the benefits of this toward his sword Dao was naturally huge. Huang Tianqing glanced at Yang Yi and didn't say anything. Huang Ying was the crown prince now, and Huang Ying was friends with Yang Yi, so it could be said that the desolate race had acknowledged Yang Yi. Besides that, the desolate race respected the strong, so he would naturally not do something stupid like continue looking for trouble with Yang Yi. After all, he was a young master of the desolate race, not a brainless son of someone rich and powerful. The path of the martial Dao or sword Dao was a long one, and they had to stay true to their heart at all times. They had to stay true to their own path, because too many people got lost on the way or abandoned their original path. Yang Yi understood this principle very well, so he had to understand his heart and path well at all times. Only those with great willpower were able to reach the peak of the world. After that, Yang Yi found a secret technique instead, the Divine Avatar Technique. The Divine Avatar Technique was actually just a clone technique. These clones were very special because they possessed 95% of the main Buddhist combat strength. Of course, there was a time limit. It could only exist for 10 breaths of time, and up to 100 breaths of time at most. It depended on the user's strength. What did 95% of the user's combat strength represent? It meant that he could instantly turn a fight into a 2-on-1 battle. Just think about it. If Tu Yang activated the Madness Sword Technique or swung 5 times with the Sword Domain at the same time, how terrifying would that be? However, Huang Tianqing poured a bucket of cold water on Yang Yi. The Divine Avatar Technique is one of the best among all the secret techniques here, but very few people in my desolate race have cultivated it. Do you know why? Yang Yi gazed at Huang Tianqing and asked, "Why?" Huang Tianqing explained, "It doesn't just require splitting the body, it requires splitting the soul. Splitting the body is easy, but not the soul. It wouldn't be a big problem if anything happens while splitting the body. At the very worst, it would just cause some pain. However, if something goes wrong while splitting the soul, it would be a huge problem. Just the slightest mistake may lead to death. So, countless in my desolate race dare not learn it." Splitting the soul. Yang Yi frowned. "Has no one ever succeeded?" Huang Tianqing replied, "Yes, 2 people. One of them is the ancestor who created this technique, and the other is another ancestor of my desolate race. He was able to succeed because he had a divine treasure that could guard the soul and protect it. He was only able to learn it successfully under such circumstances. As for everyone else, there are 2 other people in the records of my desolate race. One of them died. The other suffered a severe injury to the soul that made him lose his mind." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "If you plan on cultivating it, it's best if you don't try unless you have a precious treasure that can protect your soul. You can't afford to suffer the consequences of failure." Protect the soul. Yang Yi was stunned, and it didn't take long for him to think of something. The primordial pagoda. Wasn't the primordial pagoda capable of protecting the soul? Yang Yi grinned when he thought up to this point. He knew he was truly blessed by the heavens. Huang Tianqing glanced at Yang Yi. "Congratulations." He knew that Yang Yi definitely had a precious treasure that could protect the soul. However, it made sense to him. Yang Yi had a sprite progenitor with him, so would Yang Yi ever lack any treasures? Even if he didn't have a specific treasure, the sprite progenitor could definitely find him one. Yang Yi was truly blessed by the heavens. Huang Tianqing shook his head and walked away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice came from behind him, "Thanks." Huang Tianxing's footsteps stopped. He nodded and continued walking. Outside the pavilion, Huang Tianqing looked up at the sky. He suddenly felt that Yang Yi wasn't as proud as the rumors said, and Yang Yi was easy to get along with if he didn't make an enemy out of Yang Yi. In the pavilion, Yang Yi entered the primordial pagoda. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged, and a small golden pagoda floated above his head. It was the primordial pagoda, cultivating like a madman. He didn't want to be hunted anymore once he left the desolate world. Had been hunted for too long, and it had been too aggrieving. It was time for him to raise his sword and hunt others instead. Chapter 2453 Zir. Chapter 2453 Zir. Yang Yi started to cultivate the Divine Avatar Technique. Needless to say, it was truly quite unique. But just as Huang Tianqing had said, it's dangerous, very dangerous. Splitting the body wasn't difficult, but splitting the soul was very, very difficult. Splitting the soul into 2. If he didn't have the primordial pagoda, then the slightest mistake would lead to eternal damnation. Even when he had the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi didn't dare to act carelessly. Cultivation was a long and dull process. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi tried over and over again. In the beginning, he kept failing. He just kept encountering different issues because even if he made a clone, he had to control it himself. At that time, it would be equivalent to controlling 2 bodies. That was the most difficult part about it. Yang Yi failed and tried again, over and over again. While Yang Yi cultivated, and Nanjing and area were cultivating too. Or to be more precise, Oxy was too. Oxy and area were learning combat techniques from a Nanjing. As for the primal true dragon, primal vicious tiger, and the others, their physiques determined that they couldn't learn human combat techniques. Area and Oxy had only 2 legs, so their physiques were no different than that of the humans. But the primal true dragon and the others were different. While they could take human form, it would actually make them lose the advantage they had. Under a Nanjing's guidance, Area's strength grew increasingly terrifying. Presently, she didn't just possess brute strength. Even a Nanjing had to be careful when sparring with her. As for Oxy, a Nanjing was really quite helpless. That fellow could only grasp a few techniques no matter how she taught him. In the end, a Nanjing had no choice but to make Oxy madly practice those moves. Slash, sweep, angled chop. Oxy was just madly practicing with these 3 moves. It did come with results, especially when Oxy was using a divine treasure. Oxy was capable of fighting most demons, even existences like the primal true dragon. No matter how powerful the primal true dragon was, the axe could pierce its defenses. As for existences like Area, Oxy could only dream of fighting her. The gap between the demons and Area was quite huge. Obviously, they'd realized it and started to work hard on their cultivation. They couldn't be a burden. It was something Snowy wanted. Moreover, they didn't want to get left behind. They would be ashamed to be weak and useless here. Demons had their own pride. As for Snowy, she didn't know what cultivation was. Or it should be said that sleeping every day was cultivation to her. At the rear mountains of the Sword Sect, Snowy stared at the 2 chaotic fruit trees in the small forest there. They were about to ripen. While these fruits were great, they weren't that important to Snowy. The only reason she was painstakingly cultivating them was those demons in the primordial pagoda. It wasn't just because they could help Yang Yi, it was because she treated them as her loved ones. She never forgot the day Oxy and the primal true dragon had risked their lives for her. Actually, everything went both ways. Snowy was good to them, and they never forgot that. Especially Oxy. If it wasn't for Snowy, he would have never possessed such strength. At most times, the relationship between demons was purer. If you were good to me, I would be good to you. Snowy waited for almost an hour before the trees. Finally, they trembled, and then those 6 fruits fell from the tree and floated over to Snowy. It was their way of repaying her. Actually, Snowy wasn't aware that the fruits of the chaotic fruit tree had been historically difficult to obtain, and it was as difficult as ascending the heavens. Only top-rate experts had the ability to pluck their fruits. But in this place, if it was described in a more realistic manner, then if they refused to give the fruits to Snowy and infuriated her, then not only would they be unable to keep their fruits, they may even lose their lives. The trees were very smart and took the initiative to give Snowy their fruits. So long as Snowy helped them, they would have a better future, and it was a future that absolutely couldn't be compared to a few fruits. Snowy took the fruits, cracked a smile at the trees, and then vanished into the distance. The trees swayed along with the wind. Snowy pranced along the way with the fruits, and it didn't take long for her to arrive before a hall. Its door opened and a woman in a violet dress walked outside. It was Zir. She was at the Limit Breaker realm now. It could be said that Snowy had forcefully pulled her cultivation up to this level. Even Zir's ancestors had probably not attained such accomplishments. Zir had overcome her bloodline, and now as an ancestor herself, she possessed a new bloodline. Of course, her combat strength was still much more inferior to Oxy, the primal true dragon, and the others. But she was very satisfied. The increase in her lifespan meant that she could stay with Yang Yi for longer. There was a form of happiness called accompaniment. Being able to accompany your loved ones was a very happy thing. Snowy raised a fruit in Zir's direction, and there was a brilliant smile on her chubby little face. She, Zir, and the sword precursor had been with Yang Yi the longest. Especially Zir. She'd been with him since he'd been a labor disciple. Zir rubbed Snowy's head and smiled. My Snowy isn't so mischievous anymore. Snowy used to be an utterly unruly child who was absolutely mischievous. While she was still quite mischievous, it was much, much better now. At the very least, She didn't cause trouble anymore. Once Zier took the fruit, Snowy hugged Zier's head and rubbed her head against it. After that, she vanished into the distance. Zier shook her head and smiled, and her heart felt very warm as she gazed at the fruit. Once Snowy left, a voice resounded, Zier. Zier's figure trembled slightly, and then she looked over to see Yang Yi had appeared over there. Zier gazed at him and suddenly cracked a smile. It was like 1,000 flowers blooming in unison. It was absolutely gorgeous. Yang Yi walked over to Zier, and they just sat on the stone stairs outside the pavilion while holding hands. Yang Yi gazed at the sky and spoke softly. Do you remember our first meeting? Zier nodded. The first impression she had of Yang Yi when she saw him was, what a weak human. Yang Yi didn't say anything else. He just hugged her and sat there. The memories of the past flashed within their minds. Yang Yi's gaze gradually turned icy cold from an original gentle state. In this world where only the strong were respected, the only way for one's loved ones to live well with dignity was to be stronger than everyone else. Yang Yi glanced at Zier, who was resting on his shoulder. He refused to let anyone destroy all of this. He left the happy side to his loved ones, and the cruel side for himself to face. They just hugged each other tightly on the stone stairs. On the ascension platform, Snowy summoned Oxy and the others. They gazed at Snowy, or to be more precise, they were looking at the 4 fruits in front of Snowy. Snowy pointed at the fruits, and then pointed at Oxy and the others. She was saying each of them would get one. Oxy hesitated for a moment and walked over first. After that, he took one of the fruits and walked quietly to the side. Since Snowy told them to come get it, he would. Of course, he really wanted it too. Once they saw Oxy take one, the others didn't hold back and went to claim their own fruit. The most excited were the Martial Cheelin and Primal Vicious Tiger. If they hadn't encountered Snowy, they would probably never get such fruits. Please visit ReWN. Once they took the fruits, Snowy pranced off into the distance. Obviously, she was going to give Arya a fruit. The demons exchanged glances and left. If they were deep within the mountains, they would definitely fight for these fruits, but they didn't do that here. It wasn't because of Yang Yi's deterring force or Snowy, it was because they'd fought together all this time. They had become friends. Meanwhile, Arya was still fighting in Nanjing. A Nanjing way of training was through fighting, guidance while fighting. Moreover, she would stop after fighting for a while and point out Arya's shortcomings. Under such circumstances, Arya's improvement was naturally huge, and her ability to learn was outstanding too. Arya and Nanjing stopped when they saw Snowy. They gazed at her, and she tossed the fruit over to Arya. Arya wiped off the sweat on her face and said, Snowy, aren't you going to have a little? Snowy shook her head. The fruit wasn't tasty, and Snowy only ate things based on how delicious they were, not their level of preciousness. Arya licked her lips and gazed at Nanjing. Big sister, can I eat this fruit first? She felt heartfelt respect for Nanjing. Nanjing nodded and walked away. Once Nanjing left, Arya started gobbling down the fruit, and she spoke while she ate. Big sister said that I must grow stronger because many people in the world outside want you for themselves. Snowy, do you know why? Snowy shook her head. Arya took another huge bite and said, Big sister said you're the sprite progenitor. Do you know what that is? The sprite progenitor? Snowy shook her head again. Arya grunted coldly. I don't know either. She snuck a glance at the surroundings and continued. Snowy, let me tell you a secret. I've been having lots of dreams lately. I dream that I'm really powerful. How powerful? I can kill people like Big Brother Yang with a single swing of my claws. Don't tell Big Brother Yang, or he'll beat me. Snowy blinked and passed a Tonghulu to her. Arya licked it and said, Don't worry, Snowy. Butcher said that I should be loyal when I roam the world. Snowy, you're my best friend. So if anyone tries to take you, they'll have to go over my dead body. Arya's face was extremely serious as she spoke those words. She wasn't joking. Chapter 2454 Brainless. Chapter 2454 Brainless. In the primordial pagoda, after they consumed the chaotic fruit, Oxy and the others returned to their territories, and then powerful auras seeped out from the mountain range. Advancement. The chaotic fruits revealed their potency once more. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was cultivating madly in the cultivation room too. His divine avatar technique was gradually working. A month later, a powerful aura surged up into the sky and shook the world around it. The aura of a four-world realm demon. Oxy. It was Oxy who advanced. Oxy's advancement was the greatest. He advanced into the four-world realm. Once he advanced, Oxy went to the ascension platform with the primordial axe of creation on his back. Snowy was there right now, and she grinned as she gazed at Oxy. It was because Oxy had grown stronger. Oxy nodded slightly and stood respectfully behind Snowy. Bang! Meanwhile, another powerful aura surged up into the air from the distant mountain range, and it carried a dense, vicious aura. The primal vicious tiger. Roar! A tiger roar resounded abruptly from the mountain range, and then a black shadow descended onto the ascension platform. It was the primal vicious tiger. The four-world realm. At this moment, the primal vicious tiger was at the four-world realm, and the peak of it too. The tiger glanced at Snowy and Oxy, nodded slightly, and stood respectfully at the side. At this moment, its viciousness was much lesser. On the ascension platform, the two demon beasts and Snowy were looking at the distant mountain range. They waited for quite some time before a powerful aura dispersed from there, and the space there shook violently. A short while later, a demon descended upon the ascension platform. It was the Martial Qilin. The Martial Qilin's aura was very powerful and a little oppressive. However, once it arrived at the ascension platform, its aura gradually calmed down. It nodded to Snowy and the others before standing silently at the side. 3 four-world realm demons. Snowy's smile grew even more brilliant. However, there was one more. Snowy looked into the distance. There was a dragon there. Snowy and the others waited and waited. Yet after waiting for so long, the dragon still didn't come over. In the end, Snowy couldn't wait any longer and went to the dragon's territory. She was furious when she saw the primal true dragon. It was sleeping. At this moment, the primal true dragon was sleeping on a huge rock. Snowy flew over to the dragon's head and kicked it. The other demons felt speechless. The primal true dragon shook its head and continued sleeping. This made Snowy even more furious. The dragon didn't meet her expectations. Snowy waved her paw, and the primordial axe of creation on Oxy's back flew into her grasp. She held it in her arms and pressed it against the dragon's head. However, she seemed to have thought of something and flipped it so that its back was pressed against the dragon's head. After that, she kept rubbing it against the dragon's head like she was trying to saw it open. It didn't take long for the dragon to open its eyes, and it hurried up to its feet when it saw Snowy. Snowy glared at the dragon, pointed at Oxy and the others, and then pointed at the dragon. What she was trying to convey was obvious. The primal true dragon glanced at Oxy and the others. At this moment, they were all at the four-world realm, just like it. The dragon felt really helpless. It was easy to advance from the three-world realm to the four-world realm, but it was very difficult to ascend to the five-world realm. After it swallowed the chaotic fruit, it had ascended to the peak of the four-world realm, and it was much stronger than before. However, it couldn't advance to the five-world realm. The five-world realm wasn't that easily attained. Unfortunately, Snowy didn't understand that principle, and she felt that the dragon had been slacking off. So, the primal true dragon suffered. Snowy chased it all over the pagoda with the axe in her arms. Oxy and the others felt quite a bit of pity as they watched it flee, but did it have anything to do with them? Meanwhile, Nanjing sat by a pool, and there was a spear by her side. It was the spear, nameless. During this time, those demons weren't the only ones who'd improved tremendously, and Nanjing had improved greatly too. The books Shed read in the Martial Pavilion and Dao Pavilion had been committed to her memory and merged into one with her. Shed removed the excess and absorbed the essence of them all. It could be said that Nanjing had improved tremendously throughout this period. However, perhaps only she could guess how strong she was right now. In the cultivation room, Yang Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and just sat there. A long time passed before he suddenly opened his eyes, and then another copy of him appeared on his right. Both Yang Yes exchanged glances, and then one of them vanished. Yang Yi stood up. Head succeeded. Head truly succeeded. After months of bitter training, Head finally succeeded at cultivating the divine avatar technique. It could be said that he had another trump card now. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and left the pagoda. It was time to leave. At the entrance of Desolate City, Huang Ying walked over to Yang Yi. Brother Yang, are you sure about leaving? Yang Yi smiled. Why? Huang Ying replied solemnly, Brother Yang, if I'm not wrong, Eternal Kingdom is definitely waiting for you out there. If you go now, they will never let you live. Especially when you're friends with my desolate race, that will only make them more determined to kill you. You'll be very safe here instead. Yang Yi smiled. Can the desolate race protect me forever? Huang Ying fell silent. Yang Yi said, Brother Huang Ying, I appreciate your kind intentions. I've always believed that a person can only rely on himself. If I entrust my future hope to someone else, that's a foolish thing to do. As for Eternal Kingdom, if I'm no match for them, I can still escape, right? Huang Ying glanced at him and said, Since you've made up your mind, then I won't try to dissuade you. Take care. Yang Yi nodded. Take care. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, Huang Ying flicked a talisman over to Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, What is this? Huang Ying smiled. Crush it if you need help. Yang Yi didn't refuse. He just cupped his fist and left. Huang Ying watched Yang Yi go further and further away, and it didn't take long for him to notice a white little fellow appear on Yang Yi's shoulder. The sprite progenitor. Huang Ying shook his head slightly. A storm of blood is coming. He knew that once Yang Yi left the desolate world, he would cause another storm of blood. However, Yang Yi wasn't the same Yang Yi anymore. Yang Yi left the desolate world and used the teleportation formation to arrive at Hell World. The demon wings of death. As soon as he arrived at Hell World, Yang Yi thought of the demon wings of death, and it made his heart hurt. It was because he hadn't been able to keep it in his possession, and it had become Arya's possession. According to her, she was slow and needed it. She was slow. Yang Yi almost slapped her flying, because she dared to use such a lousy excuse. However, he still gave it to her in the end, because he noticed that only she could fully utilize its strength. The demon wings of death were too fast. Even his body couldn't endure its speed. Even though Head used it the other day, he hadn't used it to its full potential. It was because the wings were too fast, so fast that they could tear open his body. His body had almost been torn apart when he used it that day. But Arya wouldn't suffer the same fate. Her body was terrifyingly strong. It was so terrifying that even if she used it to its full potential, the speed of it wouldn't tear open her body. Moreover, her explosive force was simply beyond terrifying once she used the wings. She was like a human cannonball. As for profound energy, while Arya didn't have profound energy, she had a bunch of world crystals. So, she just had to feed it world crystals to store up energy within it. So, it could just use that profound energy when Arya wanted to use it. In short, the demon wings of death suited Arya better. While it hurt, it wasn't that bad because Arya was one of his own. As for Snowy, she actually didn't care who got it in the end, because all of them were hers, and she could use any divine treasure as she pleased. In any case, she considered them all hers. Yang Yi stopped thinking about that, glanced at the surroundings, and shot toward Eternal Border. He planned to take Arya to Eternal Village first. He too wanted to pay a visit to Butcher, Auntie Veg, and the slovenly old man who was always drinking. Of course, there was that demon beast there too, Nine Hell Emperor. When Yang Yi arrived at the entrance to Eternal Border, the space around him shook abruptly, and then a green barrier enveloped the area around him. Along with the arrival of the barrier, the space in the surroundings started to tremble. It was solidifying. The space around Yang Yi had started to turn solid, and a green cage seemed to appear around that expanse of space. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. I didn't expect you to be so fast. A woman walked over slowly from nearby. There were 6 mysterious armored experts behind her. It was that group from Eternal Kingdom. They walked closer to Yang Yi. I didn't expect the desolate race to not only let you live and keep the sprite progenitor, they even let you leave. I'm truly surprised. Can you tell me why they did that? Yang Yi glanced at her chest and shook his head. Don't they say those with big chests are brainless? Yours doesn't look very big. So, why don't you have any brains? The woman's face instantly became gloomy. Chapter 24:55 Fuck Off. Chapter 24:55 Fuck Off. She gazed at Yang Yi and smiled coldly. Yang Yi, I didn't expect you to have such a foul mouth, but I hope you can keep it up later. Suddenly, the gourd on Yang Yi's waist trembled, and then a ray of light flashed. Hiss. Along with the sound of something being sliced apart, the green cage around Yang Yi vanished without a trace. The woman's pupils constricted. Impossible. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of her. A sword stabbed forward. Hiss. Blood sprayed. The experts behind the woman were stunned. A seal had appeared above the woman, and it had forcefully suppressed her cultivation to the three-world realm. She stared at Yang Yi as she said, "Leave." She was speaking to the people behind her, and it was her last word. As soon as she said that, her head fell off her neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. As soon as she perished, Arya appeared by Yang Yi's side and inhaled with her mouth wide open. The woman's soul and energy were instantly sucked into Arya's mouth. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had charged at the others. All of them were four-world realm experts. However, whenever the seal of suppression appeared above one of their heads, that person's head would fly off into the air. In an instant, 3 of the 6 experts lost their heads, and the remaining 3 had fled to the edge of the sky. Yang Yi didn't give chase, but the sword gourd on his waist shook, and then a ray of light shot into the sky. It didn't take long for a shrill cry to resound there. An instant kill. However, the other 2 experts managed to escape. Arya chuckled as she started to enjoy this feast. It didn't take long for her to finish her meal, and they continued on their journey. Eternal Border. Once he returned to Eternal Border, Yang Yi didn't go straight for Eternal Village, but went to the Nanli clan instead. As soon as he arrived in the air above it, an old man appeared before Yang Yi. The old man had a vigilant expression on his face. Name yourself. Yang Yi cupped his fist. Please notify Nanli Ming that an old friend is here to see her. An old friend? The old man frowned. Who are you? Why do you want to meet our patriarch? Patriarch? Yang Yi was slightly stunned. When did she become the patriarch? Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and said, Yang Yi, a friend of your patriarch's. Please, Yang Yi. The old man cried out involuntarily. Why are Yang Yi? Yang Yi's face froze. Am I that scary? The old man revealed respect on his face when he realized that it really was Yang Yi, and he cupped his fist. My patriarch isn't here. As for where she is, I do not know. However, I can contact her and tell her to return. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, Thank you. The old man nodded slightly. You can come in and rest while you wait. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and nodded. Just like that, he entered the Nanli clan under the old man's lead. The old man brought Yang Yi to a room for guests and served Yang Yi some high-quality tea before he left. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and closed his eyes slowly. He was about to enter the primordial pagoda when he suddenly opened his eyes again and looked toward the door. A beautiful woman in a violet dress was standing there. She had a calm expression on her face and strands of white hair mixed within her hair, but it didn't affect her beauty at all. Yang Yi gazed at her in silence. She walked over to Yang Yi and sat before him. You're Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded. She said, I had a disagreement with Nanli Ming before this, and the source of it was you. I wanted to kill you, but she chose to be your friend. Yang Yi replied indifferently, Are you the Nanli clan's ancestor, Nanli Yin? She nodded. I am. Yang Yi said, She's more suited to be the patriarch that you are. The woman looked Yang Yi in the eye. I heard you've been to the desolate world. Yang Yi nodded. Just be frank. I don't like wasting my time and beating around the bush. She spoke solemnly. I'm sure you're aware of the war that occurred all those years ago. The war between the desolate race and Eternal Kingdom. Eternal Border took the Eternal Kingdom side all those years ago. Yang Yi asked, So? She said, The sprite progenitor of that time died at the desolate race's hands. Yang Yi shook his head. That has nothing to do with me or Snowy. She frowned slightly. Yang Yi, countless people from Eternal Border died during that war, including that sprite progenitor. Yang Yi interrupted her. You want me to take Eternal Kingdom's side? She replied with a question. Shouldn't you? Yang Yi laughed with ridicule. Is there something wrong with you in the head? Her face fell. What are you trying to say? Yang Yi laughed coldly. What am I trying to say? Let me be honest then. Which side I take is none of your damn business. Fuck off, or I'll end you right now. She was livid. Yang Yi, do you think Eternal Border and Eternal Kingdom need you? If it wasn't for the sprite progenitor, Eternal Kingdom wouldn't even spare you a glance. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of her, and a sword stabbed against her forehead. Her expression changed drastically, and her profound energy circulated, causing a strand of energy to surge out from within her. However, the energy was instantly sliced into bits by Yang Yi's sword, and then his sword pressed against her forehead again. Nanli Yin's figure stiffened. Yang Yi looked her in the eyes. You're only alive because I'm giving Nanli Ming some face. Besides that, I'm friends with Nanli Ming, but I'm not friends with you. Yang Yi returned to where had been a moment ago and sat down. Nanli Ming's face was extremely unsightly. She was about to speak when footsteps came from outside the door. Brother Yang, long time no see. Yang Yi turned around and saw Nanli Ming at the door. Yang Yi smiled. It's been a while. He still had quite a good impression of her. Or it should be said that she was like a friend. After all, she had taken a risk to warn him about many things in the past. He had to remember this kindness. Nanli Ming walked over to Yang Yi, glanced at Nanli Yin, and said, Ancestor, can I speak with him alone? Nanli Yin grunted coldly and left. Nanli Ming sat down. Some things have happened in Eternal Border while you were gone. Eternal Kingdom extended an olive branch to the experts of Eternal Border, and as far as the experts here are concerned, it's great news, because they don't have to continue struggling bitterly at the Eternal River. So, it's no different than instantly rising up to the heavens for them. Yang Yi smiled. Do you want to know what I think? She smiled. Go ahead. Yang Yi explained. What Eternal Kingdom is doing is no different than being nice when they need help and treating the people of Eternal Border like ants when they're of no use again. They're treating everyone here like people of low status. Actually, they are just using the people of Eternal Border, and the people of Eternal Border have lived long enough to realize that. But they are still willing to accept such a fate. Yang Yi shook his head at this point. For the sake of the so-called Grand Tao and Eternal Life, they can even give up their pride and honor. The Grand Tao and Eternal Life. It was like how the people of the mortal world were willing to abandon everything to achieve a certain goal. Protocol? Morality? In the eyes of some people, they were worthless. Money was the only valuable thing to those people. As for cultivators, only the Grand Tao and Eternal Life were valuable. Nanli Ming shook her head. Brother Yang, just as you've said, they are aware of everything. But have you thought about what choice the people of Eternal Border have when they are stuck between the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom? The people of Eternal Border are weaker than them, and weakness represents that they don't have any right to make other choices. Yang Yi smiled. Forget that. I'm here because I want information on the location of some people. She spoke softly. The Longevity Sect, Freedom Sect, Creation Sect, and Immortality Sect? Yang Yi nodded. And one more person. Xiao Shenwu. Nanli Ming fell silent. Yang Yi asked, What is it? Nanli Ming spoke softly. Brother Yang, they are nothing to you now. Killing them or not isn't a problem to you, isn't it? Yang Yi shook his head. It's a huge problem. Nanli Ming gazed at him and he smiled. I'm a petty person. Very petty. If someone is good to me, I'll never forget it. But if anyone tries to harm me, then I'll never forget it either. Right? I repay them 100-fold, both of them. She glanced at him and sighed softly. If you kill them, Eternal Border will really not have many experts left, and it will have no right to speak for itself before the Desolate Race or Eternal Kingdom. She stood up as she spoke. Brother Yang, Eternal Border needs some experts. Yang Yi smiled. Are you trying to speak on their behalf? She replied, Sort of. Yang Yi smiled. That's not very nice of you. You didn't step forward to speak on my behalf when they were hunting me down. Yet now that I want to kill them, You're speaking up for them? Moreover, you're making it seem like I'm being unreasonable. Miss Ming, this isn't what friends should do. Don't you think so too? She said. It's because I'm not friends with them, but I'm friends with you. Yang Yi grinned. Are we really friends? Nanli Ming wanted to say more, but Yang Yi shook his head. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. Farewell. He stood up and walked away. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming suddenly said, Brother Yang, there are billions of living beings in eternal border. If you kill those top experts, no one will be there to speak up for the weak. Yang Yi turned around and gazed at her. They never thought about any living beings when they tried to kill me. What? Now that it's time for me to kill them, you're trying to use all kinds of issues of obligations and morality on me? Miss Ming, allow me to be frank. I'm going to kill all of them. How could those days of being hunted ever be made up for if I don't kill them all? Chapter 24, 56, The Village. Chapter 24, 56, The Village. Yang Yi left the Nanli clan. Only Nanli Ming remained in the guest hall. She sat on a chair and sipped the high-quality tea here. Meanwhile, Nanli Yin walked in. Nanli Yin sat before Nanli Ming. He isn't willing to take Eternal Border's side? Nanli Ming replied indifferently, Would you be willing to do so if you were in his shoes? Nanli Yin fell silent for a short while and said, Based on his current strength, his presence on our side would give Eternal Border a greater amount of sway on things. Nanli Ming shook her head. I know his character well. He won't take Eternal Border's side. Nanli Yin gazed at her. Then why did you try to persuade him? Nanli Ming stood up and looked at the sky outside. There was a white cloud there. I grew up here. Nanli Yin spoke gloomily. Now, our Nanli clan has one path left to it, and it's to side with Eternal Kingdom. Nanli Ming shook her head. Nanli Yin frowned. Why? Nanli Ming glanced at her. Eternal Kingdom just wants to use the people of Eternal Border. I'm sure you're aware of that. We'll die even faster if we take their side. Nanli Yin spoke solemnly. Then what do you want to do? Nanli Ming replied indifferently. My Nanli clan won't take any sides. Nanli Yin shook her head. That won't work. Once the Desolate Race and Eternal Kingdom enter into battle, Eternal Border will definitely be affected. At that time, if we still haven't taken sides, then we'll be hated by both. I'm sure you understand that. Nanli Ming sighed softly. Ancestor, I know you are at your own limits, and Eternal Kingdom is your last hope to advance further. I won't stop you, but don't interfere in the Nanli clan's business. All right? Nanli Yin looked her in the eyes. What are you trying to say? Nanli Ming walked over to Nanli Yin. I mean that I'm in charge of the Nanli clan now, and I wouldn't even care about the Nanli clan if it wasn't for my father. He gave his life to the Nanli clan, so I don't want it to vanish from this world. They'll say it one last time, you have the right to choose, and I won't stop you from siding with anyone. However, the Nanli clan won't follow you. Nanli Ming left the room once she finished speaking, and Nanli Yin's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Her weight alone was limited. Only by bringing along the entire Nanli clan could she make Eternal Kingdom take her seriously and possess some status. Yet now, the Nanli clan wasn't under her control anymore. Once he left the Nanli clan, Yang Yi went to the entrance of Eternal Village. It was concealed by a barrier, and it would only show itself at specific moments in time. However, his current strength was sufficient to break through the barrier. Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it at the entrance. Hiss! A wave of sword energy flashed. It didn't take long for the space before him to tremble violently, and then something seemed to vanish there. Another short while later, a boundless mountain range appeared within Yang Yi's field of vision. Eternal Secret Realm. Yang Yi grinned and walked off into the distance. Meanwhile, Arya, Oxy, and Snowy appeared here. Arya had a brilliant smile on her face. This was her home. Before this, she really hated this place because she'd gotten bored of it. But after she left, she really missed this place. As for Oxy, it was obvious that he really missed this place too. Arya placed her hands by her mouth and shouted, Grandpa, I'm home. She ran off ahead once she finished speaking. Yang Yi smiled and followed her. Big brother Yang. Suddenly, Arya's sharp cry resounded from afar. Yang Yi's expression changed. and he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. At the entrance of the village, Yang Yi stood there with a pale countenance. There was a trace of terror in his eyes. The village was gone, and only the ruins of a village remained before him. "Grandpa!" Arya ran over to the ruins and shouted madly while ceaselessly digging up the ruins. Tears were pouring out of her eyes. At this moment, Arya wasn't a mysterious demon anymore. She was just a young girl. What happened? Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings with a slightly blank expression. Suddenly, there was some trembling coming from the side. Yang Yi looked over and waved his right hand, causing the area there to be cleared up. It didn't take long for him to see a figure. Butcher. A figure was lying there. Butcher's figure. However, Butcher's body was in a mess. If he didn't have half of his face intact, even Yang Yi wouldn't be able to recognize him. Yang Yi walked over, and an ethereal soul remnant floated out of Butcher's body. A soul remnant. It was a severely damaged soul remnant, and it couldn't even be described as a soul. Butcher glanced at Yang Yi and grinned. "I may not have been able to last if you didn't get here soon." Yang Yi spoke in a trembling voice. "W. happened?" Butcher shook his head. "People from Eternal Kingdom came here." "Eternal Kingdom?" Yang Yi spoke ferociously. "Eternal Kingdom? Why? Why would they attack all of you?" Butcher shook his head. "That isn't the main point. Kid, tell me the truth. Do you have a sprite progenitor?" Yang Yi nodded. Butcher sighed when he saw Yang Yi admit it. "I didn't expect you to really have a sprite progenitor." Yang Yi shook his head. "Master, tell me what happened here." "Master." Butcher glanced at him with complicated emotions in his eyes. "Kid, I know you're a sword cultivator, and the saber was just a means for you to perfect your own sword Dao. Promise me that if you meet someone good, then pass down my sect's techniques to that person. Otherwise, my sect would go extinct once you focus solely on the sword." Yang Yi replied, "Why did they attack you?" Butcher fell silent for a short while and said, "A short while ago, 3 people came to Eternal Village. They claimed to be from Eternal Kingdom, and they wanted us to submit to them. In return, they would allow us to enter Eternal Kingdom." Butcher laughed bitterly. "That was a good thing. After all, we could leave this place and go to Eternal Kingdom. We had no reason to refuse." Yang Yi spoke solemnly. "Then why did they attack?" Butcher laughed bitterly. "I asked if we could bring someone with us, and they agreed. However, that person must be sufficiently strong or possess sufficient talent." Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. "You asked them about me, right?" Butcher nodded. "But I never expected their expressions to change upon hearing your name, and then they attacked us. While they were 4-world realm experts too, I could sense that they were suppressing their cultivations and were actually at the 5-world realm." Yang Yi spoke softly. "They killed you just because you know me?" Butcher laughed bitterly. "They said that you've gone to the desolate race and colluded with them. So, Eternal Kingdom has issued the highest warrant for you. Anyone linked to you must die." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "They are roping in the experts of Eternal Border, and 9 Hell's Emperor has joined them. Besides that, some of the powerful demon beasts in the mountain range have left with them too. Even the spirit of the seal here left with them. I'm afraid Eternal Village isn't their only target, and they are roping in the experts of the other worlds too. So, be careful." "Butcher." Suddenly, Arya walked over to Butcher. "Did they kill my grandpa too?" Tears kept flowing out of Arya's eyes. Butcher glanced at her and sighed softly, and he hesitated for a moment before nodding. Actually, the old man had died for her, but he didn't want her to live a life of guilt. There were some heavy burdens, especially mental burdens, that could crush someone. Arya shouldn't shoulder such a burden. Moreover, even if the old man was still alive, he probably wouldn't have escaped this calamity. Arya wiped off the tears on her face. "They killed all of you just because you know Big Brother Yang?" Butcher sighed softly. "This world is one where being weak means you deserve death. As for reasons, they are actually meaningless. The true reason is that we were weak and were no match for them. So we deserve death. You must work hard to grow stronger, so strong that no one will dare to bully you. Understand?" He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "You must understand the situation you're in. They plan to take revenge on you, or perhaps they are trying to make an example of you. They are telling the world what happens if they go against Eternal Kingdom. They are making a show of strength with you. Butcher's figure grew more and more ethereal. Right when he was about to vanish completely, he seemed to have thought of something and added, "Bury all three of us together, or we will be lonely. While we don't have a next life, being able to stay together in this life does leave us with no regrets. And don't feel guilty." Butcher's figure vanished completely. Yang Ye's face was exceptionally calm, and he found the other two corpses in the ruins. It was Annie Veg and the slovenly old man. Their bodies were mangled and difficult to recognize. Yang Yi buried them in a row within the primordial pagoda, and then he knelt down slowly before them. Bai Jixin was by his side. Bai Jixin knelt there with him, and they just knelt there. Suddenly, Arya ran over to Yang Ye's side and spoke in a trembling voice, "Big brother Yang, I can't find Grandpa's corpse. They definitely ate him. I am going to eat them all. I am going to avenge Grandpa, Butcher, and everyone else in the village." Why did they have to kill Grandpa and the others? Why did they have to kill everyone in the village? They even killed Rainy and Eggsy. They're so cruel. She knelt on the ground and wept. Why are humans so cruel? Chapter 2457 Kill. Chapter 2457 Kill. Arya was absolutely devastated. While she was no human, she was raised by humans. Rainy and Eggsy were her friends shed grown up within the village. They were her human friends. Yet now, they were dead, killed by humans. Yang Yi walked over to Arya, squatted down, and gently wiped off her tears. "Let's go." She looked up at him. "Where?" Yang Yi replied, "To kill." Kill. Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda, glanced at the surroundings, and left. White Emperor City. Yang Yi went to White Emperor City first. At this moment, it wasn't as bustling as it used to be, or it should be described as being quite desolate. There were very few people here, and it was like an empty city. Yang Yi frowned from the sight of this, and he wondered if something had happened. Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Yang Yi frowned before White Emperor Hall because the city governor was gone. Bai Jixin appeared here, and her face was extremely pale. Yang Yi turned around and grabbed to the right, causing a young man to be brought over to him. The young man gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. "You?" Meanwhile, Bai Jixin suddenly asked, "What happened?" The young man gazed at her, and as soon as he saw her, he hurriedly said, "Why, you're the city governor." Bai Jixin nodded. "What happened here?" The young man said, "To the former city governor was taken." Bai Xixian's face fell. Obviously, it was the experts of Eternal Kingdom. The young man continued, "Once they found out that Yang Yi and you offended Eternal Kingdom, the people of the city didn't dare to stay any longer. All of them were afraid of being implicated and fled the city." Bai Jixin said, "You can go." The man hesitated for a moment and left. White Emperor City was a place that could absolutely not be lived in, because according to rumor, Eternal Kingdom was planning to kill everyone linked to Yang Yi. The city governor had been taken, but who knew if Eternal Kingdom would annihilate White Emperor City too? They were afraid, even if it was only a slim chance. The people of White Emperor City were fleeing, so it was clearly an empty city now. Yang Yi went over to Bai Xixian's side and said, "Don't worry, I'm their target, not your father." She shook her head slightly. "They are serious this time. Just as Butcher said, they are acting against you, and they are using you as an example." Yang Yi chuckled. "It's fine. Practically everyone who targeted me in the past is dead, and they will be no exception." Bai Jixin gazed at him for a long time and cracked a smile. "You're still so domineering and confident, and that's what I like about you." She hugged him gently. "I'll accompany you through everything." Yang Yi hugged her tight. This was all a husband could ever ask for. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi left the city. Yang Yi turned back and took one last glance at the city before vanishing into the sky. There were things that couldn't just be left alone, and there were debts that had to be repaid. In the boundless reaches of space, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and then flipped his palm. A sword appeared in his grasp. He swung it. Hiss. A ray of sword energy sliced open the space here. "Please visit." It completely destroyed the space here, destroying the world. That swing of his sword had obliterated a huge expanse of space, completely obliterated it. Yang Yi swung his sword over and over again. Finally, after he swung it over a dozen times, an old man appeared nearby. It was the guardian, Qing Xing. Qing Xing glanced at Yang Yi. What do you want? Actually, he didn't really want to show himself before Yang Yi, especially at a time like this. But he had no other choice, because if he refused to show himself, then even if Yang Yi refrained from destroying Eternal Border, he would severely damage it. Yang Yi put his sword away. I thought you guardians wouldn't show yourselves. Qing Xing spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, I know you're unhappy, but look at the situation that Eternal Border is in right now. We're stuck between Eternal Kingdom and the Desolate Race, so if we still engage in internal strife, then once the war begins, then our Eternal Border will. It's your Eternal Border. Yang Yi interrupted him abruptly. It's not mine. Qing Xing stared at Yang Yi. They are right. You don't think of yourself as someone from Eternal Border. If you want to rescue the governor of White Emperor City and take revenge, then go to the end of the Eternal River. It's where the experts of Eternal Kingdom must pass. As soon as he finished speaking, Qing Xing's figure gradually turned ethereal. It wasn't his real body. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly because Qing Xing had just been a strand of the soul. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Show yourself. A woman soundlessly appeared nearby. Nanli Ming. She was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly said, Tell me what I want to know and I guarantee your clan's safety. She glanced at him and asked, What if I refuse? Yang Yi gazed at her. Do as you want. He turned around and walked away. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared before Yang Yi. She suddenly said, Everything is in there. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly, and then the beam of light entered his forehead. A short while later, a huge amount of information appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming said, Take care. Yang Yi turned around and glanced at her. You could have just given it to me. In that way, we would still be friends, right? She smiled. I don't like ingratiating myself with others or trying to curry favor with others. Yang Yi shook his head. I thought of you as a friend. Nanli Ming looked him in the eyes. I'm from Eternal Border. While I won't risk my life to protect it, I do not hope to see it get destroyed. Yang Yi, I understand your desire for revenge, but please show mercy to Eternal Border. Even if the day comes when Eternal Border is destroyed, I hope it isn't by your hands. She turned around and left. Yang Yi shook his head and vanished on the spot. Destroy Eternal Border? He wasn't that insane. There was a culprit for everything, and he refused to kill those who didn't deserve death. However, he wouldn't spare any of those who deserved it. Meanwhile, Nanli Ming sighed softly. She knew that based on Yang Yi's character, if she refused to give him what he wanted, then he would be capable of anything. Nanli Ming glanced at the surroundings and sighed softly. All those years ago, there had been countless experts here during the Primal Era, and that was why Eternal Border had been able to survive the war. Because those experts had been united, and they fought to the death for Eternal Border. That was why Eternal Border had received the Sprite Progenitor's protection and even aroused the pity of Eternal Kingdom. While they hadn't fully opened Eternal Kingdom to Eternal Border, they had specially allowed some people to enter from Eternal Border. Was it a way of giving alms? It did feel like that. But so what? Eternal Border was weaker than Eternal Kingdom. So, even their scraps was something that could satisfy Eternal Border. Countless experts had fought for Eternal Border in the past, yet now, Eternal Border was engaging in internal strife. Eternal Border's fate was worrying. Nanli Ming shook her head. All of you brought this upon yourselves. She vanished on the spot. At a boundless mountain range, a magnificent palace stood deep within the mountains, and a huge door stood before the palace. The Longevity Sect. The Longevity Sect was one of the few mysterious powers in Eternal Border. It could be said that the Longevity Sect, Freedom Sect, Creation Sect, and Immortality Sect were the top 4 sects of Eternal Border after the Primal Era. Actually, the Immortal Estate had almost joined their ranks to become the 5th. Unfortunately, after their founding ancestor, Ishui Han, left, the Immortal Estate failed to produce another extraordinary genius. Suddenly, a man in green clothes appeared before the Longevity Sect. It was Yang Yi. He looked up at the door, and he felt that it was truly huge. Suddenly, a middle-aged man appeared before Yang Yi, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Who are you?" Yang Yi moved his gaze away from the door and swung his sword. Hiss! The door before him was sliced apart, and then two rays of sword energy flashed. Hiss! Hiss! The falling halves of the door were instantly sliced into bits. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi with shock. "Why, you're Yang Yi." In the beginning, he felt that the man before him seemed quite familiar, and once Yang Yi swung his sword, he was certain. The young man before him was Yang Yi. Yang Yi looked up at the middle-aged man. "It's time for the longevity sect to vanish from this world." Yang Yi swung his sword once he finished speaking. At the same time, a seal appeared above the middle-aged man. The seal of suppression. Yang Yi didn't want to waste time. As soon as the seal of suppression appeared, the middle-aged man was suppressed to the three-world realm. At this moment, despair covered his face. Not to mention the three-world realm, he wasn't confident in being able to resist Yang Yi's attack, even if he was at the four-world realm. Hiss! A ray of light slashed down from above him. Yang Yi sheathed his sword and walked toward the palace ahead. Meanwhile, a breath of time passed before the middle-aged man's body behind Yang Yi split open at the center and blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 2458 I Don't Fucking Care. Chapter 2458 I Don't Fucking Care. A single swing of the sword, an instant kill without the slightest chance to escape. Please visit FRE. OM. It could be said that if Yang Yi combined his strength with the seal of suppression, then he could kill ordinary four-world realm experts with ease. Even if he didn't use the seal of suppression, he could still kill four-world realm experts. However, it wouldn't be that easy and quick as it was when using the seal of suppression. Yang Yi walked toward the palace with his sword in hand. An old man appeared before him. It was one of the few remaining four-world realm experts in the longevity sect. The old man spoke solemnly. "Yang Yi, must you insist on killing us all?" Hiss. A ray of light flashed. At the instant Yang Yi swung his sword, the old man's expression had changed drastically. Had been prepared, so a pitch-black shield immediately appeared above him. However, the sword sliced through the shield and descended. Hiss. The old man's figure stiffened, and then it split apart while blood sprayed toward the surroundings. Yang Yi looked up at the palace and swung his sword again. Hiss! A ray of sword energy sliced the palace into two. In the palace, dozens of people started fleeing in all directions. Yang Yi shot a glance at them, and then the sword gourd trembled before a ray of sword energy flashed. Hiss! In the clouds over 500 kilometers away, a middle-aged man suddenly stopped there, and then he turned around and slammed his palm forward. Crack! It instantly cracked open the space around him, but it couldn't stop the sword in front of him. Hiss! The sword stabbed through his hand, and then through his forehead. After that, it made an arc and returned from where it came. A ray of light shot into the sword gourd by Yang Yi's waist. Yang Yi shot a glance at the palace, and then he shot up into the sky. A moment later, countless rays of sword energy rained down from above. Hiss! 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 In an instant, the palace was transformed into ruins. The longevity sect was no more. Far away in the sky, shrill cries resounded incessantly, and accompanying them were heads that descended from the sky. A slaughter. Anyone at the Limit Breaker realm was annihilated by Yang Yi. As for those below it, Yang Yi didn't hunt them down. Killing them didn't make a difference. Far away in the sky, every single time Yang Yi killed someone, a young girl would devour their soul and energy. It was naturally Area. Area had become cold after they left Eternal Village, especially when she gazed at humans. The killing intent she revealed even made Yang Yi's heart palpitate slightly. However, her gaze was normal when she looked at him, and Nanjing, and the others. Around 10 minutes later, Area walked over to Yang Yi's side and spoke softly. "Big brother Yang, I'm full." Yang Yi rubbed her head. "Don't think too much about it. I will avenge everyone in the village." Area lowered her head slightly. "Big brother Yang, I really don't understand it." Yang Yi asked. What don't you understand? Arya gazed at him. They are hunting you because they want Snowy, but Snowy is clearly yours. No, Snowy wants to stay with you. So why do they try to take Snowy? Yang Yi replied, because Snowy is amazing and can help them do many things. Arya asked, just because of that? Yang Yi nodded. Arya said, then if I'm hungry, can I kill them and eat them too? Yang Yi rubbed Arya's head. Arya, you're not like them. Look, you can eat Oxy and the others, but you won't eat them, right? Arya nodded. Yang Yi said, that's right. You must differentiate two things in this world, who is your friend and who is your enemy. You cannot eat your friends, but you can eat your enemies. There were some principles that were difficult for him to explain to Arya. Since that was the case, it was easier to just simplify it. Enemies and friends. Arya nodded, and there was a new standard in her heart. She glanced at the surroundings and asked, when are we going to kill those people who slaughtered the village? Yang Yi smiled soon. Arya naturally trusted Yang Yi. So, she didn't say anything and just entered the primordial pagoda. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and vanished on the spot. In the primordial pagoda, Snowy pranced off into Arya's hall, and then she went over to Arya and passed a tonghulu to Arya. Arya spoke softly. Snowy, Grandpa is gone, Butcher is gone, Auntie Veg is gone, and that slovenly old man is gone too. Even Rainy and Eggsy are gone. All of them are dead. Snowy blinked and gently rubbed Arya's head. Arya licked the tonghulu. They'll kill all of them. I swear. Yang Yi arrived at the foot of a mountain, and around 10 grand buildings stood in the air above. Yang Yi looked up, and there were 3 words on the mountain wall. Freedom Sect. Yang Yi moved his gaze away. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man appeared before him. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, we can talk about this. My Freedom Sect is very serious about this, and we... Suddenly, a black seal appeared above him. The seal of suppression. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically, and then he shot backward. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy had arrived before him. Right at this critical moment, a black finger tapped against the sword energy. Bang! The sword energy was blasted away. It flew in an arc and returned to Yang Yi's sword gourd. At this moment, an old man was standing before the middle-aged man. A Peak 4 World Realm expert. The old man stared at Yang Yi. Negotiations are done on the basis that both sides are equally matched. He won't negotiate with us if we don't reveal some strength. A black-robed figure appeared behind the old man. Another Peak 4 World Realm expert. At the same time, a huge barrier of light appeared not too far behind Yang Yi, and it just happened to be facing him. A formation. The old man walked closer to Yang Yi and said, that thing behind you is the Freedom Formation powered by my entire Freedom Sect. It was left behind by our founding ancestor, and it's strong enough to kill a 4 World Realm expert with ease. If my senior brother, my young martial nephew, and I are included, we have 3 4 World Realm experts. Yang Yi, my Freedom Sect did hunt you in the past, but that was the past. We're willing to apologize for the past. Apologize? Yang Yi smiled. Do you think that will change anything? The old man spoke solemnly. Yang Yi, trying to take us down with you won't benefit any of us. Take you down with me? Yang Yi laughed coldly. Are you even worthy of that? The sword gourd no Yang Yi's waist trembled, and then a ray of light stabbed against the barrier of light behind Yang Yi. Bang! The barrier of light shook violently, and then many cracks instantly appeared on it. However, a wave of powerful energy suddenly rippled out from the barrier of light, and Yang Yi's sword was blasted back to him. The sword returned to the sword gourd while Yang Yi was pushed back repeatedly for over 30 m. The old man spoke ferociously, since you insist, then bring it. The old man transformed into a black beam of light that shot at Yang Yi. As soon as he appeared before Yang Yi, a seal suddenly appeared above him. The old man was instantly suppressed to the 3 World Realm. The old man was horrified and about to retreat, but it was too late. A sword descended from above. Hiss! Space was sliced open like paper before the sword. Bang! The old man was blasted away, and as his figure flew, his body started to collapse, inch by inch. Only his soul remained. The old man was about to flee with just his soul, but a ray of sword energy suddenly flashed through his forehead. The old man's eyes opened wide while bewilderment filled them. I lost just like that? Yang Yi ignored the old man because at the instant he killed the old man, the barrier of light behind him had suddenly unleashed a wave of powerful energy at him. It was extremely powerful. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly and stabbed with his sword. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted away and slammed against the mountain wall. However, a sword soundlessly stabbed against the barrier of light. A flying sword. And this flying sword was his super divine treasure. Executor. As soon as it stabbed the barrier of light, it exploded into countless fragments that rained down into the surroundings. Meanwhile, the other two experts had fled. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and he spoke softly. I can't be careless. Careless. Had been careless earlier. These sects had existed for countless years, so they weren't that simple. Yang Yi stopped looking down on them and shot up to the top of the mountain. Yang Yi's face was indifferent as he looked down at the sect below him, and then a sword suddenly appeared in his grasp. A wave of sword aura slammed down from above. Yang Yi raised his sword above his head with both hands. Right when Yang Yi was about to swing it down, a white shadow suddenly floated up from below. It didn't take long for an old man with white eyebrows to appear before Yang Yi. A strand of soul. The old man glanced at Yang Yi. I'm the ancestor of the Freedom Sect. I don't know who you are. Yang Yi's sword descended. Hiss. A ray of sword energy shot through the old man's body and obliterated him. The sword energy didn't stop and shot into the mountain below. Hiss. The entire mountain was slashed into two. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.